So good morning, early morning in India, a little bit later here at Chenrezig Institute, a brilliant sunny day for kicking us off for the prayerathon this weekend. Keeping in mind that we're engaging in this practice for all those who are suffering in particular from this vicious pandemic of coronavirus and its various permutations as it seems to multiply and mutate and so forth, as the nature of the viruses are. So we see, like in Europe, third waves in Germany and Italy and other countries, and then also India, having now reached, I think this week, it was the other day, 200,000 cases in one day, 124 hours. And it's inconceivable in a way to us here. We've just come out of some restrictions and been able to liberate from the mask, which was only 2 weeks, and so it's good to remind ourselves that some people have been doing it much harder all year, and continue, maybe not seeing the end in sight. So holding all those beings, either affected directly or indirectly, which is all of us human beings, all the grieving families, and all the frontliners, all the medics, and all the world leaders, and at whatever level, having to make very hard decisions. And now we've got used to that as a population, world population, human population. We've got used to these different measures coming and going. And as I was just listening to one of the updates this morning saying, well, of course, these things are going to just keep happening. And we have been told that before. And we're very fortunate, I have to say, the conditions here in Australia to be able to, when 1 or 2 cases come along, to go in a strict lockdown. And so it hasn't spread a great deal so far. But we know we have seen ourselves in a microcosm of the macrocosm, just how virulent this virus is and how quickly it spreads. So now we'll spread the Karuna virus, as our lamas say, the virus of compassion, so much needed in the world. His Holiness was talking about that just the other day, I think Monday, Tuesday, earlier this week. Of course, always needed in the world. So we can think how wonderful it is that I have the karma to still have this precious human body. Woke up in the same body this morning, which was a relief, particularly us monks and nuns, to be able to say, yep, I've woken up again in the vows, and to be able to turn my mind and my body and my speech to be of maximum benefit to others in the ways that I can, not being a medic, not being a politician and a frontliner and doing all of those very, very difficult decisions and work in the world, but through the power of our practice to contribute from our part as part of this worldwide phenomenon of coronavirus, of, particularly through our organisation, the Institute, International Mahayana Institute of all the monks and nuns in FPMT, being able to contribute to this prayer movement throughout the world to help pacify the disease, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche said, until the pandemic declines in the world. And we see that's not yet the case. So as Rinpoche gives us this motivation for life, for the day to day, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, everything you think, say, and do, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job right now, doing our job of the prayerathon, and we've just had our job. Although it's a delight, isn't it? It's not thinking like it's an onerous obligation or anything like that, but it's what we're here for. We just finished Guru Puja, as we do every morning here. And then being able to continue on our prayerathon here at Chenrezig and connecting with brothers, sisters throughout the world. to generate the mind that becomes the causes of happiness and not the causes of suffering, and especially the causes to achieve Buddhahood on the basis of this precious human body, with all the conditions coming together. And again, I just have to reiterate here in Chenrezig in Queensland and Australia, every day is a reminder that we have such amazing conditions coming together. Just truly phenomenal when you see the suffering in the world. So transforming these conditions to a method to accomplish benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Because, I always think this is as good as it gets. If you're not going to do it now, when? When? I say to myself, yeah. So with this motivation to transform the mind in the holy Dharma and the Dharma to become the path and the path to be without obstacles. So engaging once again, because the conditions come together, the Zoom's working, internet's working, Margot's working, everything's coming together beautifully. So then turning to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. So maybe in Tibet at the time, they were also cut off a lot from the rest of the world. So this pandemic at that time of Thangtong Gyalpo, was in, sort of decimating the Sakya seat, the monastic community and so forth. And there's a threat of it getting out of control, but through the power of this prayer was able to be contained where medicine and other measures didn't work, even tantric practices and so forth. But the power, we would say, of Thangtong Gyalpo composing this prayer, but also offering this practice, which was actually given by Arya Avalokiteshvara Takat Nakpa Paudro Sharam by him. So having the transmission is mental continuum, Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo himself seemed to be a Buddha and just an amazing being, architect and engineer and doctor and so forth, and very powerful practitioner. So cultivating that same sort of mind on the basis of great altruism, not bearing to see the suffering, particularly of this human realm at this time. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So you can visualize all our kind mother sentient beings, which is limitless like space, on every atom of space, arising around you and engaging in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can visualize all the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha arising in this form, Shakyamuni Buddha, all our lamas or the Dharma protectors or the Dakas, Dakinis or the Yirams and so forth, and all the great Arya beings, either extensively or arising here in the form of the Buddha and thinking the qualities of the Buddha, having completely pacified all the disturbances of the mind and having fulfilled completed the whole path, which means all the positive qualities, all that is to be known, infinite compassion, infinite wisdom, because we have Chenrezig here, and so forth, complete in this arising in the form to help us subdue our minds through our precious lamas, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our precious gurus, arriving in that form, taking on these clunky bodies for our benefit. We think like that. And ultimately, of course, these three rare sublime ones, these three objects of refuge, and we were fortunate just to have, I think, second one this year, refuge ceremony with Geshe Sutrim La. Just we had Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga retreat, and then over the Easter period, and then on the final day, you know, because a couple of people requested refuge, so what an opportunity again. And, you know, what an opportunity to continue on that practice, which of course, you know, we had the transmission with Kyabje Lama, His Eminence Ling Rinpoche in 2016 here at Easter. And then we've, even last year during COVID, we've managed to keep going with the Yanda Nagama retreat. So we managed to continue on. We do as a daily practice as well in the evenings. So precious to have connected with those teachings. And ultimately, those teachings arising in our own mind as the Dharmakaya, the empty clarity of our own minds. That vast, luminous space with ultimate awareness, clarity, all our wisdom, all our compassion coming together. Unobstructed. And on the basis of this mind, you know, just as Arya Chenrezig here, generating more and more this mind wishing to benefit others as much as possible, our infinite altruistic mind, not bearing to see the suffering, but also knowing that we are all equal, every one of us, as we had that slogan, at least here, we're all in this together in terms of, well, the pandemic and now, you know, the vaccine rolling out and so forth. We are all in this together as human beings. It's a shared karma we're experiencing. And then the realizations in our own mind when we attain the Dharmakaya, wisdom body of a Buddha, and on that basis generating infinite altruism and visualizing either Chenrezig or simplified form, the essence in whatever form you wish, from whatever faith or none, above the crown of yourself and all other sentient beings, the embodiment of altruistic compassion, not thinking one moment for oneself, just wishing to benefit. So that arising in the form you feel comfortable with above the crown of your head, but above the crown of every other sentient being surrounding you in every atom of space, as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, and we can visualize light and nectar coming from that embodiment above our crown in the nature of light itself, coming down as healing, soothing nectar, pacifying, you know, the disturbances of the body of the mind, particularly in relation to the pandemic, and purifying that, you know, sort of white light, nectar, soothing, healing. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And with that vast, expansive heart of compassion, we recite together the actual prayer of liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So you can think of all our precious gurus with their radiance and power. I don't know what it's like currently. Rinpoche's rooms in Kopan Monastery, where Rinpoche's been for at least the last year, more than the last year during this COVID lockdown. But I remember being there first when Rinpoche hadn't been in that room for 3 months, and the glow, the radiance, the golden glow, it was just amazing. You just want to soak it all up, Well, you couldn't help but do that, right? So may we too generate that radiance and power that attracts beings to us just by being in the world, our being in the world. And therefore be endowed with long life to continue our Dharma practice, good health and well-being to be able to do that. Because, I was just thinking this morning, I think every day about our monks and nuns who are sort of really suffering physically and so forth, have all sorts of ailments and so forth. Of course, not just the monks and nuns, but that's my community, right? Not just the monks and nuns. And on the basis of that, I can think of all others. At least we have the Dharma, even, as the former director at Vajrayana Institute, who passed away some years ago, and she said, it's really difficult to practice when you're ill. So I always think, well, your efforts to practice when you're ill must be so much more powerful, determined, really got to concentrate hard. So for me, who's quite well, a bit lazy mind, but engaging in this practice gives me a perfect opportunity to benefit myself and ultimately others through the power of our prayers, all of us. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions. I like it, temporary conditions. Coronavirus is a temporary condition, even if it doesn't feel quite so temporary well over a year on, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. I always have this image, when I was in the Philippines for work and collecting cultural histories and stories and beliefs and so forth for this project. And this one time, and it was way many years ago, I think maybe 1990 or something before that. Anyway, around there. And these guys on the back of the truck slaughtering a pig. And I just took a photo, not even thinking I was going to use it in any malicious way. But I tell you, they wanted to smash my camera because we know it's not right. But it shows this, and not having ever been in a abattoir or anything, or on a farm slaughtering, but just mere instant, body and mind. It's like that. Separated, death comes without notice. Tragic. You think of all the deaths from coronavirus, all the deaths from all manners of causes throughout the world, human and animals and all the other beings we don't see. Compassion for everyone. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. Hear my Indigenous brothers, sisters, Aboriginal people of this land say, if I'm well, the community's well. If the land is well, the community well, I'm well. So it's all interconnected, of course, the Buddha said, but that notion that our wellness contributes to the wellness not only of the world, of the beings in the world, but the whole planet, taking universal responsibility. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. So the 424, sometimes it's 404, because the Buddha said it's 84,000. The afflictions that manifest as diseases, clashes. May whatever sufferings there are to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And the Buddha and our precious gurus showed us how to do that. Look at this embodiment of long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All dedications, all prayers of the whole world, of all beings, throughout all of time, past, present, future, be fulfilled immediately for the benefit of the world. The final dedication prayers. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise and grow. May that which has arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And the long life prayers for our precious lamas, His Holiness the Dalai Lama seems to be getting younger by the moment, you know. Maybe it's not flying around the world. He's been able to like rest. Well, I don't know where His Holiness ever rests, but you know, the face is looking younger and younger. Not have all the whatever effects on the skin and the body because of the constant flying. That's a benefit to the world, isn't it? The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour, the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who very kindly has given us this practice and this prayerathon advice and kept us, you know, engaging together, connecting together around the world, generating this positive energy. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And sealing all our merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the three times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may the I, which is a complete hallucination my mind has made up, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is dependent on causes of conditions, many, many of those, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, merely labeled by the mind. Thank you very much. And Venerable Gompola, good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Very good. How are you in Brisbane?
Very well. It's
Spain.
Cooler weather, which is nice.
Just for the rest of the world, we call it Bris Vegas.
No, we don't.
So good. Well, you know, they probably haven't heard that. Bris Vegas. Oh, that doesn't sound okay.
Just a bit of tires, that's all.
Good, good, good. Okay, well, I'll hand over to you. Good to see you. Stay well.
Good to see you too. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Ciao.
My name is Thangtong Gyalpo. I live in Brisbane, which is about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute. And I'm very fortunate to be able to lead this one session today. So I'm very, very happy about that. I'd like to start my session now with acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that I live on, and I'm leading the session from today, the Yagara and Turrbal peoples, who have lived on this land and been custodians of it for thousands of years, where I've only been here for a few years. So I'd like to acknowledge their custodianship and their elders, past, present, emerging. Let's begin the session by refreshing our motivation for doing this session today. So in remembering that we come from our bodies, who we are right now is made up of basically the body and the mind. And we can see very clearly where our bodies come from. Our mothers and fathers are the conditions that gave us this body that we have right now. But the mind comes from a previous moment of mind. And so therefore, even back to when we were born and conceived before that, the mind existed before that and became part of this person that we are now. So logically speaking, that the mind has had no beginning, and that therefore time is beginningless as well. With that in mind, thinking that there are, although for us ordinary beings, there might appear to be numberless mother sentient beings in the world, other sentient beings in the world, in the various worlds that we can't perceive ourselves. Thinking logically, there are a limited number of sentient beings in existence, but because time is beginningless, and wherefore we have had beginningless, countless rebirths, it stands to reason that all the sentient beings in the world have been our mothers at some point in time, and have given of themselves for our benefit, have been our brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, all the relations we can imagine, but in particular our mothers. They have been kind to us in many, many ways. So it makes sense that we should try and repay the kindness of those mother sentient beings. And how best to repay that kindness is to free them all from all their suffering, because if we look around us every day, we can see the suffering of ourselves and all other beings that we see are suffering in one form or another, some more intensely, more obviously, but all beings who are born contaminated aggregates are in fact suffering. So in order to repay that kindness of the mother sentient beings, we should strive to release them from the suffering. So the best way for us to do that is for us to become enlightened beings ourselves, free ourselves from suffering. So we develop and generate within our hearts that powerful, unwavering determination to free ourselves from suffering. But just freeing ourselves from suffering isn't enough. Freeing ourselves from suffering and achieving the highest perfect complete allotment is the best way for us to free kind mother sentient beings. So we generate the motivation to free ourselves from suffering in order to free all kind mother sentient beings from their sufferings, which is the Bodhi mind, bodhicitta. And how do we free ourselves from suffering? Well, we train our minds in being able to see reality as it is. We see the world around us and ourselves in a way that is deluded. It's not actually how we exist, how things exist. So in order to free ourselves from suffering, in order to free our kind mother sentient beings from suffering, we train our minds to see reality as it is. So these are the three principal aspects of the path. Renunciation, freeing ourselves from suffering. Bodhicitta, the determination to free ourselves from suffering in order to free all kind mother sentient beings from their suffering. And then the direct perception of emptiness, directly perceiving reality as it is, not how we have mistakenly seen it since beginningless time. Pardon me. With this motivation, focusing on the three principal aspects of the path in order to benefit sentient beings, we approach the practice today. And we, pardon me, it's a bit of a bad cough. We'll move to the motivation in the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. Also say this motivation through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment to feel that refuge in your heart. For it is in deeply feeling that refuge in your heart that we experience the most benefit. Moving now to recite the mantra. Before we recite the mantra, we'll do a visualization of the Compassion Buddha Arya Chenrezig. If you have the appropriate initiation or empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Avalokiteshvara. Otherwise, visualize in the space above the crown of your head. With firm concentration, visualize in the space above the crown of your head the divine form of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, beautiful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, the right red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. And at the very top is a red-coloured Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. 2 hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is the mudra giving realizations. The next, there's a Dharma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma. And the uppermost, there's a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Mara, and the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, silver free, surrounded by gallons of the mantra to be recited. Om Mani Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outwards, from which the incalculable assembly of the deities of the Great Compassionate One are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations, sicknesses of all sentient beings, and setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. We recite the mantra several times out loud, then continuing silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who have passed away from COVID-19 or who are currently suffering from it. Refresh the visualization of white light emanating from the tree at the heart of our items, entering into those kind sentient beings who have passed away and in the Bardo state or are currently suffering from COVID-19. Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are caring for those who have died or caring for those who are currently suffering from COVID-19, risking their own lives in order to benefit others, alleviate the immediate suffering of those kind mother sentient beings. Refresh the visualization of white light emanating from the tree at Arya Chenrezig's heart, entering into all those kind mother sentient beings. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are grieving from the loss of loved ones, worrying about those loved ones who are caring for the ill, or are terrified themselves of catching the disease and dying. All those whose minds are weighed down with anxiety or mental suffering due to COVID-19. All right. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all kind of the sentient beings of this world whose collective karma have created this pandemic. Refresh your visualization of white light from the tree at the heart of our Chenrezig, emanating out, entering into the crown of all those karma, the sentient beings, purifying them of all the negative karmas, obscurations, especially those relating to the creating this pandemic, so they may quickly subside. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Visualize our Chenrezig dissolving into light, absorbing into you. Their body, speech, and mind becoming separately one. Holy body, speech, and mind of our Chenrezig. Moving on to dedication, the actual prayer. Pardon me. We'll say this through a few times. May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm subtly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are from may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's move on now to some other dedication prayers. I'd like to start with the prayer dedication from Shaktideva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, attain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water, delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefit each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain, dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Moving to the dedication verses for Lama Zopa Rinpoche's teachings on thought transformation during the time of COVID-19. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence. Cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. The sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. To meet perfect gurus in all our lifetimes. In all my lives, they're separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajrayana. Moving now. The section says to always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest. May I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and my virtue ripen upon them. To abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve the highest in life. To seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So long life prayers for His Holiness Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, wish granting, wish fulfilling joy, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, staying, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers among the three sublime ones. Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. That ends my leading of this session. I welcome Venerable Damsho from the UK, who looks rugged up and warm in today's.
Thank you very much, Venerable Gyalpo. Lovely to see you again. It has been a while.
Yes, you did. It has been a while.
Yes, last time I remember you went shopping with your daughter. I hope it was an interesting experience.
It was very successful.
Good, that's what we like to hear. Yeah, no, I'm wrapping up. There's a chill in the air tonight. I mean, the temperatures are moving the right way during the day, but we just still at night we have a bit of a chill. So yeah, it's nice. It makes you realize how well thought through, the robes really are. Don't you think?
Yes, indeed.
From the outset, you think, how much warmth can there be in stuff like this? But if it's wrapped correctly, they're quite comfortable. Very easy to adjust the climate within. So no, thank you very much.
I've heard His Holiness say that when he was asked, "Don't you get cold?" and he said, "No, if it's hot, I wrap my robe this way, and if it's cold, I wrap it this way. I'm very comfortable."
Yeah, you never see him in anything but his robes, or you see, and sometimes you see, Sangha in cold climates, they have their little, puffer jackets on and stuff like that to combat a bit. But I've never recalled His Holiness in anything but his robes.
I have seen him with quite a heavy looking Zen. Looks like his winter Zen.
Yeah.
And then Choga over the top. So I've seen like a couple of layers of robes with just robes.
Yeah. But never a jacket. No, bless him. No, it's good. So no, lovely to see you. I assume you're tuning into Geshe Namdak later? Or you got other stuff, other teachings going on?
I've got other teachings going on, say from my teacher, Kensei Rinpoche Geshe Seren.
Yeah. No,
And
this
I've
is
got
the
the best
thing.
part
There's
this afternoon.
so much going on at the moment. So yeah, it's been busy, you know. So you can tell when it's busy because you got to, hello, anybody out there? No, it's great, you know. But no, enjoy whatever you do, and
Sure.
you know, it's good to see the Dharma flourish in so many places again. You know, the teaching
Indeed.
coming out with, you know, being more accessible now to the public as well. So thank you very much, Venerable Gompo.
Thank you for organising. Thank you
See
for
you
leading.
again, and
All the best.
look after yourself. Bye
I
bye.
will. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Damchu. Based in the UK, as you heard from Venerable Gompo. Thank you for joining him in his session, and if you joined us in previous sessions. Thank you to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so kindly again, so diligently. And it's coming up nearly 40 weeks. It's quite a milestone. And it's, you know, so it's really been a privilege throughout. I know I say it and pretty much on a weekly basis, but it's quite amazing how after all this time we still, you know, seem to be able to get the volunteers. Yes, okay, we have sometimes moments where, you know, teachings and other obligations of our regulars, you know, pull them and, you know, have to attend them. But overall, we've always been very, very fortunate. So I'm really, really grateful to everyone out there who joins us on a regular basis on Zoom and YouTube, and in the Gompas, wherever you are, and also from the Sangha community. You know, putting in all the effort and all the wonderful people in the background that we don't get to see, who make the transmissions possible, you know, run the office and make sure that, you know, the texts are updated and uploaded and all this sort of technical stuff that to me is just, yeah, I don't know how you guys do it, but thank you very much, much appreciated. Okay, we only got sort of a few short sessions. Well, I'm doing a few short sessions today, so rather than me getting absorbed in my extensive chitter chatter, if you followed me before, you know I can elaborate a little bit too much at times. But within the short periods that we have, let's just focus the mind and I just enjoy the peacefulness. At least, you know, my part of the world where it's what is it, 1:30 in the morning. So it's nice to have the tranquility to help calm the mind and, you know, not being distracted by all the stuff out there. So if we take a few deep breaths. Just, focus on the breath, you know, count to 10. So in 1, out 2. And just sort of nice and easy, nothing hurried, nothing rushed. Just think about the wonderful, you know, time of the year that it is, you know, time of change. You know, for us over here, it's, you know, in the UK, spring is looming, temperature changing, you know, the nature really coming to life again. You know, we've seen the lambs come out, you know, being out in the fields, hopping along, playing. The swans are getting ready to build their nests. You know, it's just wonderful to see nature, you know, replenishing, you know, hedges sprouting greenery again, flowers coming out, the warmth of the sun. But then in other parts of the world, you know, it's going the other way. You know, you're sort of heading autumn into winter. It's, you know, the season is in a different rhythm. You know, you say goodbye to the lovely warm temperatures. Maybe some of the rain is moving in. You know, this is quite a contrast. You know, our days are getting longer and other parts of the days are getting shorter. But these events, you know, are two sides of the same coin. You know, day and night, they're good and bad. How do we know what's good if we don't know what's bad? You know, there has to be this contrast. You know, even when the sun shines on us, we throw a shadow. So it's darkness behind us, but one side is lit. You know, they say we only see one side of the moon. The other one is always kept on the dark side. So, we're very easy sometimes to judge, when we enjoy the benefits of the weather. We're happy. When we get the other aspects of it, we get grumpy. When life throws us a bone, we're quite happy, like a puppy, gnawing on it, playing with it, enjoying it. When you try to take it away, we don't have one. We get sort of, why are you taking this away? It's mine, 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 mine. Or why do you have the, if it's the other foot, why does this person have the benefit of the sunshine and I'm in the shade? This traditional irony about my countrymen, my German compatriots, always being sort of the first ones out by the crack of dawn, putting the towels out to get the sunny spot at the beach. You know what I mean? It's sort of, you can play with that. But, it's day and night, sunshine, rain. If you have too much sunshine, how can you appreciate, the benefit of the rain? I remember I spent some time in the Canaries. I hadn't planned for being there for too long. And, the UK is not known to be the sunniest of places. So, enjoying a bit of sunshine. Initially, it was a novelty, but it became a bore. It really became a bore. I went diving every day. But, gosh, the heat, the relentless heat, the relentless sunshine. You could see the cloud on Mount Teide. And you thought, oh, please let it rain. Take the heat off. And in the end, I ended up dreaming of rain. That made me think, if you live in a country that is really deprived of rain, when we whinge about, look, it's raining, because we're so used to it, we don't appreciate the benefit rain can bring. But if you live in an area where your crops are depending on rain, and rain never comes for years on end, and when it then hits, it may actually soak too much the ground, You can't wish for the rain and complain about the mud, somebody once said. But again, as kids, we used to enjoy jumping in puddles, or build little ships that went down the drain, at the curbside. I don't know what you did, but there's joy to be had, moderation of everything. Just enjoy what you got. Enjoy it for as long as it lasts. And, if it rains, it rains. See the benefit. Why is, people always say Ireland is so green because it rains there all the time. If you've ever been to Ireland, it's lush green, really lovely. I have to say, when I visited the island, I must have been very lucky. I don't think it ever rained. Maybe one day, but I'm going back years. So take it with a pinch of salt. Whatever's being dealt with you, enjoy, make the most of it. Have the fun, If you live by the seaside and it rains, in the summer you complain that so many tourists may be blocking your favorite spot. You can't walk there because it's so crowded. But when it rains, you have the beach to yourself. See, there's a benefit to be had. So don't get grumpy with life. Just enjoy the opportunities it brings. Okay. So let's do quick motivation. And I'd like to read some verses from King of Prayers to acknowledge to acknowledge why we're here, to set bodhicitta, and recognize also the community that we're in and with, that we share in our teachers. May I ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet the spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless are end of space, likewise. Limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And the second verse that I read, you remember it said, and with body, words, and also mind. Yeah, maybe practice. It's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we've been kept in samsara. We thought vile of people. We talked behind their backs. We said unkind words. We acted in ways that, may just have benefited us, but, were less beneficial to other beings. So we caused harm two ways, to other beings and ourselves. And like us, these beings don't want to be talked about, thought about negatively, or treated in a bad way. So we recognize our faults and express our remorse, and invite all living beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. We visualize our Guru in the space in front of us, in the form of Chenrezig, light emanating from his body in all 10 directions, and each light beam meeting one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. And the light beam enters their bodies, filling them with love and compassion and purifying essence. And the Guru is compassionate to all beings. The Guru does not discriminate. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all other sentient beings to join us and taken refuge in the Guru is pleased. There's so many beings are joining us and approach the Guru. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying essence of the light nectar intensifying, cleaning away negative karma and delusions of the mind, from our bodies, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms, filling us with love and compassion, filling us with light, until we begin to exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And as more and more beings are being purified and exchange light with one another and the Guru, the pure light of love and compassion intensifies and dispels the darkness of ignorance and negative karma. And again, we recognize it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that we have been kept in samsara, caused harm. And we wish to transform our body, speech, and mind into the essence of the body, speech, and mind of the Holy Guru, also represented by Om. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru And we keep on purifying body, speech, and mind so that we may reach the state of the Guru. We chant the mantra out loud a few times, and then a few rounds on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized our fault in past lifetimes, having shown remorse, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many Mani mantras, and having exchanged ourselves with all sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as purified and holding on to the pure state, to be of benefit to all sentient beings, to the best of our ability. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And recite this prayer 3 times. As we recite the prayer, we keep on visualizing how through the power of the prayer and the power of the Guru and the love for all sentient beings, we are burning away all the seed causes, all the seeds that cause suffering, in particular of COVID. And we destroy the seeds to stop it from, spreading more and more and regrowing. And then we can deal with the larger debris, as and when required. And maybe visualize how by, destroying these root causes, how the sick are being restored to good health, how those who have passed beyond are being reborn in favorable conditions, and how those who suffered in any other form or shape, directly or indirectly, either through the constant exposure to the suffering they have experienced as carers or within their families, or through financial losses, through losing a job, losing income, reduced income, they'll maybe be put in positions where financial and economic situations may have threatened their home, because the landlords didn't get paid, the mortgage didn't get paid or reduced. The stresses that causes to the families, not being maybe able to pay bills or buy food for the kids or clothing. May they all be given whatever wealth they need to live in an existence that is free from suffering and trouble, so that they may take care of themselves, their family, and the community at large. We recite the prayer 3 times. May the disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one last time, really from the bottom of your heart, with the deepest wish for all suffering to end. Keep on visualizing how we're burning away all the causes that create suffering, and how we, through that power, can restore all sentient beings to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so you visualize now that our prayer has taken effect, and that all sentient beings have been restored to a state of well-being, free from suffering. And if we find there's still bits and bobs that we sort of missed, we can always pick. This is a bit like gardening if you think about it. You might do you cut the tree down or the shrub down from the root, but still the tree trunk still may have a little bit of sap left, to feed some of the leaves and fruits and flowers that are on it, despite the fact that it's being, separated from the trunk itself. So it doesn't mean that, cutting down the tree hasn't worked. It's just sort of what is left. So we shouldn't despair, but rejoice in whatever we can also see to have made progress, such as vaccinations being, more freely available now, and vaccination programs being rolled out around the world. And the way we can treat COVID, has been so much improved upon compared to last year when we first got hit with the pandemic. Okay, let's go to dedications. Okay, may we dedicate to the benefit of all other sentient beings, that they may be free from suffering and its cause, and maybe with the cause for them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. We dedicate to all our precious gurus and Sangha for the kindness and in keeping the flame of the Dharma alive. And also, His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche for being such great beacons of love and compassion and guiding so many sentient beings along the path. May their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from their presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers of Buddhas and the numbers of sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be immediately pacified, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Shingam Di Penang Deva Malu Jongwen He Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi Shape Site Badu Thank you Chi Tzu Shang Xing Yang Gun Gelwe Tenzing Gun Pelwe Kun Zulu Bu Chuk Song Kewe Leg Moon Chu Badak Sok Del Jegun Du Shap Ten Shou. Thank you, everyone who joined me through the session. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, Venerable Shirky. How are you?
I'm very well, but I think I need to let you go to sleep. It's way too late in the day, early in the morning.
But the world is at peace. I'm happy.
The world is at peace. So did you get up or did you stay up?
A bit in between. I sort of took a rest, waiting my turn.
I rejoice.
I
rejoice.
Look, all of you are so busy out there at the moment with teachings, leading teachings, organizing teaching, facilitating teachings.
So I've got a couple of weekends.
That's my little contribution I can make. Other beings can, and you guys can do whatever you can do. Sometimes you look at it, go like, whoops, what's going on here? And then you realize, Geshe Namdak teaching, Geshe Tashi teaching.
Yeah, all the teachings
are being busy.
We can rejoice.
It's just wonderful to see it flourish again, because when the centers were shut, it was so limited, everything was just online.
Yes.
But once the centers are open, it's a completely different.
It's wonderful. Of course, weekend here, so we're getting a lot of visitors on the weekend. So that's wonderful because, as you said, when it was shut, and then when we opened and people started coming, it's like, oh, there's people here.
Yes. Anyway,
we're very fortunate.
You got so used to the peace and quiet of the place, and now they're all they're in the way. You know, it's sort of a double-edged sword, isn't it? The mess they make. No, we
No.
we love them coming. They're
We
lovely
have,
people.
we have mess just from bush turkey. So, you know,
Yeah,
people.
no, but you know what I mean? It's suddenly all that washing up that needs doing.
I just did some of that. All right. Good
Anyway,
night.
I'll let you crack on. I'll see you after. Take
See you
care.
after.
Bye-bye.
Ciao. Okay, so wonderful to always see Venerable Damcho. I couldn't believe that he was doing this like 2:30 a.m. slot for him. Makes me feel a bit lazy, of course, because, you know, 2:30 a.m. I'm definitely not up for such coherence and wonderful leading. So thank you very much. And of course, you know, taking the opportunity myself here in the meantime, between slots, as we say, to be able to do some offerings on the altar. You know, we take turns here amongst our nuns community, and I've been so fortunate, you know, that I haven't had to do for a couple of months now. And so today was my first back on the job of the roster. Which is a delight, absolute delight. It just reminded me, you know, how fortunate we are. Of course, I always get reminded of that here, having a monastic community. But when I was at Chenrezig Institute, and probably, you know, Venerable Damchola would resonate with that, of being, it's just like, well, the other nun can do that. And the other nun was me. So I was the nun and the other one. So it was a great grounding for those, 13 years to be able to get a really good foundation and quite a few of the jobs that we do as monastics. And I'm really grateful for that. And then, of course, coming here, having more seniors who have that. So here we are, you know, continuing on with our prayerathon. I think, how many weeks did Venerable Damcho say? Many. Anyway, lots and lots of weeks, many months. And of course, we'll be continue on, it would seem, given the condition of the world in relation to this pandemic, we'll be continuing on for quite some time to come. You know, not only do we have all these mutations of the virus, we also have, you know, a few obstacles with the vaccines. I think we've had is it the third person who died, or the third person who got the blood clots in Australia, which is nothing compared to other places, but percentage-wise, it's high. So we don't really know the effects until we try these, you know, remedies out, isn't it? It's a bit like the Dharma, isn't it? But we know that the Dharma is not it's a pure remedy. Just takes a bit longer to see the benefits, and once we see them, we're hooked, right? So I'm hooked, no question of a doubt. Even before ordination, of course, you don't have to be ordained to be hooked. Many lay practitioners. Okay, so I thought to just to generate this spacious mind with the four immeasurable thoughts. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So we're having a bit of a debate in the basic program about this mind of equanimity, if it's because we're studying Bodhisattva's way of life, and we're just up to the part in chapter 8 of exchanging self for others. So is the equanimity the exchange? So it's really a point of debate, which will continue on next week in our tutorials. Venerable Katzenla has thrown us out the gauntlet, and so it's a delicious opportunity to debate and refine. Okay. And then immeasurable loving kindness. You know, people are starting to come back for Friday drop-in meditation, and there was one woman here yesterday who said, last time you did a meditation on loving kindness and it stayed in my heart. So this is the power of this one. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. By that last time was, you know, over a year ago. So yeah, she was just coming back. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this by transforming our body into that wish-fulfilling jewel that gives every sentient being every kind of temporary and ultimate happiness they desire and need. In other words, it's the Dharma jewel we become. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. Just like Chenrezig. Well, Chenrezig, did all that extensive practice and then took a look, see how the world was going in terms of suffering, just like Jesus Christ on the cross, to take away the suffering of the world. As the Buddha said, can't actually do it, can only show the way. Immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So with that powerful motivation, we'll now turn to the practice. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can visualize all the objects of refuge, either arising, all into one as Shakyamuni Buddha, or, the refuge field. I always look up because we've got down the back here and we've got at the sides, you can just look and see the refuge field there, good reminder. So bringing together, around Maitreya Buddha, action wing, the method side of bodhicitta, pure altruism, and from the around Manjushri, the wisdom that knows reality precisely as it is. Precisely, I think all these medics with their surgeon sword, I think they're learning more and more about this pandemic. Well, I don't know that they use a surgeon sword for that, but the analogy sort of fell awry there. But, the sharp minds, the scientists and so forth, wielding the sword of Manjushri. We have the practice of the pacifying the date of cutting the hair. I think it's Bodhisattva practice, pacifying the date of cutting the hair. And when I ordained, before I ordained, for that first hair shaving, the nun who was mentoring me at the time sent me this beautiful visualization of Manjushri, cutting through, as you cut through the hair. Anyone could do this, you don't have to be ordained, right? In fact, if you're not ordained, you got more hair. Chopping through the delusions, the afflictions as you're cutting your hair. Don't get too carried away. Just the hair, right? I thought, I wish it could work like that from the outside in, but it's a good practice if you're doing it from the inside out as well. So bringing those two together, compassion in the lap of wisdom and the unification of the two for our practice of refuge. And ultimately, as a result of that, on the basis of this precious human body with all the causes and conditions that we prayed so hard to get in past lives, we worked really hard for this, to make the most of this, to engage in this practice, engage all the advice of all our teachers and follow the path laid out by Shakyamuni Buddha to become a Buddha ourselves and have that Dharmakaya, the truth body, wisdom body of the Buddha, and then we can emanate the bodies to benefit others, just like our precious gurus. Okay. So on that basis, we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hung, and as we do that, we can visualize above the crown of ourselves and every other being arising in human form around us on every atom of space. That's what it says, My mothers who are infinite like space, they are all my mothers, All my mothers. So tomorrow, is would be the anniversary of my mother's birthday. It would be her birthday. She'd be 99, just like Prince Charles. Sorry, not Prince Charles. I'm so sorry, Prince Philip, who got to 99. Well, my mother didn't get to 99, but she was my kind mother, and I always remember her birthday. But then I don't remember the birthdays of every other kind mother sentient being, which is every single one of them. So we can hold them all in our heart and visualize above their crown whatever emanation of altruistic compassion. Here we have the Buddha Chenrezig, or whatever you feel comfortable with in the nature of light above your crown, their crown, and the healing nectar and light coming down, healing, pacifying disease, pacifying any disturbances of body and mind of us and all others. So then we really feel that heart connection with each other. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So then we can visualize from the above crown this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion dissolves down into light and nectar for our benefit. That healing energy absorbs through the crown and through every atom, every particle of our beings, generating compassion out through all our pores towards all sentient beings, so that wherever you walk, whatever air touches your skin, whoever you encounter, if you go in the water, everyone gets blessed. All the beings get blessed. So what benefit we can do right here, right now, simply reciting the mantra. Amazing. On the basis of this body, giving us that opportunity. So then reciting the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Oh, it's such a graphic image. Yama, the Lord of Death, the fangs and the claws on the hands and the fingers, and in that, no matter where you're born in cyclic existence, lifetime to lifetime, there's going to be suffering. So having the conditions for having minimal suffering compared to all other sentient beings in this life, even the human ones, the wonderful opportunity to engage in the practice, having made those strong prayers in past lives to get this body, and now keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. I think once you're inside, you can't get outside. I think you mean you're gobbled up by death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, as Venerable Gompo La reminded us to pay our respects to the elders, the custodians of this land, you know, so the custodians of the land on which Chenrezig sits, the Gyalpo people who've maintained this environment, who maintained it, you know, 100,000 years, however long. Can you imagine how many, we talk about climate change, imagine how much climate change they went through, ice ages and so forth, and knew how to work with the land in harmony for the benefit of future generations. So having the idea, having the commitment, may I pass on this land to my next generation in a better condition than I received it. I mean, how profound. It's thinking ahead, right? Just like us, thinking ahead for the mind. In a better condition than you received it, the land. Anyway, I'm not getting political here, but just saying, having that sense of reciprocity, of dependent origination, just like the Buddha. It was there, pervaded the whole of indigenous culture in this land. We've got a lot to learn, and we're starting to learn that in Australia from our Indigenous brothers, sisters, who very kindly open arms, very kindly. Finally, the penny drops and we think, oh gosh, look what we're doing. As His Holiness said, you know, this is our only home. We've got to look after this world. And that the destruction, when the elements get out of balance, we see that internally with things like this coronavirus. We see it externally with the floods and the droughts and the bushfires. And if we don't watch out, the end of the world comes quicker rather than later. So thank you to the elders, past, present, and emerging, of the Gyalpo people of this country. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. It's quite frightening, you know. I think we see many, many people who suddenly, Alzheimer's, dementia, and so forth, sharpest minds, and gone in an instant. Phew. I think that's one of them. Suddenly, evil spirits. You know, we're not having lost that capacity, of course, thankfully. I remember, in Bendigo, at that retreat where Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche manifested stroke, and we all went very urgently. Not only did we have 24/7 prayerathon, we stayed up for those 24 hours. It was just like, do as much as we can. And you thought, that might be the last teaching I received from Rinpoche, from the holy mouth, the holy being in this life, Really, really true. Thank you to all the medics in Bendigo, who just sort of rolled out the whole treatment and recovery plan. And then, of course, Kandrila and Osul and everybody, coming and helping and doing all the prayers and practices. And in Nepal, when it went back, when Rinpoche was back there. How precious. A great teaching for us, a huge teaching on impermanence. We hear it all the time, and then we see it manifest, and it gives us a shock. Just like that. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. Radiance. Power. So it said that when His Holiness the Karmapa, when he was younger and went to India, particularly when His Holiness started teaching, and the Dalai Lama had to sort of advise him, because what was happening was people, men and women, swooning at his feet. And it is said, who knows, wasn't there, but it is said that His Holiness said, I think you've got to draw in your energy, tone it down, because it's a bit too much. So imagine if our lamas were in their full energy power. This is why they take a form with all the contaminated aggregates and so forth for our benefit, so to connect with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So may we too, just like Shakyamuni Buddha, just like our precious gurus, have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. That's when he's like, got that mouth gaping open. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Be fulfilled. So then some final dedication prayers. So on Fridays here, we have Geshe-la teaching Lama Tsongkhapa's middle length Lam Rim. And Geshe-la said some time ago, this is the most important teaching that Geshe-la is giving currently. And it sort of makes you run to the Gompo to get the teaching. well, I'm not able to run. Of course, we take vows, you know, and whatever. I got sort of roughly reminded of that first year of ordination. But anyway, the body won't do that now anyway, so I'm safe. But at the end of the teachings, we do we recite together. I think it's the final Lamrim dedication of Lama Tsongkhapa. So I'll do that. From my 2 types of merit, vast a space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose minds' wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in a loving compassion for all lives Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear away the darkness from the minds of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold the Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever directions the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread, have declined. May I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time by even this graded path to enlightenment completed due to the wondrous, virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons. May all human and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be separated in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddha. Whenever someone makes an effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana virtuous practices, may he always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperities spread everywhere. So then concluding with the long life prayers of our precious gurus. So we can think of, in when we recite the prayers of His Holiness Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we can also add in all our precious gurus. Gangri wa wei ko wei shin kam di pandang de wa ma lu shung wei ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape si te ba dur chen guru chi chi tin kam di pende ma lu pa gan le shung Sampel yi juno kadri en some tenzin gyat sola so adepsu tu jelun drubshu. Okay, so also making all these offerings to all the mosquitoes that are on my head. And Venerable Damcha, the one who's in Bendigo currently. So one time, and I was sort of like blowing the mosquito, and she said, just let them get the bit of blood. And then I watched one just taking its bit of blood. They put so much effort in just to get a tiny drop. It takes them an awfully long time. So there you go. You can have my precious drops. Thank you very much.
Don't tell me you're done.
I'm done. I'm working up to an hour, you know, but what I find is
that's
in my recovery.
Yeah, no.
What happens, you know what? Is I don't drink enough, so I've got to stop and drink.
Do you know, I made the mistake last week, and we don't have the heat here like you have over your end. And I ended up getting I was just carried away with
Dehydrated.
whatever I was doing, and I got gout in my knee a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, no good.
Classic buildup. So make sure you drink enough, flush it out. So don't
Yep.
you get it. But what's interesting, that you actually
Yes.
get a mosquito to bite you. I have one flying around the kitchen, and I go like, have a drop, won't take it. It won't bite me. I don't know why. Maybe I just,
It's
not
the
the light
pheromones.
version. Yes,
It's in the pheromones.
but when you said also with 2:30 in the morning, from my end, I look at it and say it's part of my job, description, doing the prayers. But we got Regina from Manchester. She's actually tuning in. Hello,
She's tuning in.
Regina. Yeah,
You've got a fan club from Manchester.
no,
Hi, Gina.
she was here already before, But when you said also with the chores, when you said, you get, you're doing the bits and bobs, doing the altar settings and everything else. I remember that I think it was Venerable Children. She described once that when she was a younger nun, it was always the monks who did the offerings, to the lamas. And she felt like, oh, why is it always the monks who do this? Why don't we get the go? But then
There
she
you go.
realized if it would have been the other way around, that the nuns would be doing the offerings and nuns would be sitting down. She would be saying, how come we do always the work? Why do the monks sit down? It's really
I know.
How we get the balance sometimes,
Well, I was thinking this morning when I was doing them, I thought, and it comes to my mind often that, we have to make offerings joyfully. So I thought, if anyone complains about doing, I would say you're off the roster. And I'm quite happy to do them every day because I've done that for many years because they're so joyful. Like this practice, so joyful, which is why you can keep going. So over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Have a lovely day, and I see you towards the end of the day.
Ciao.
See you later. My love to everyone at Chenrezig.
Will do.
And so good morning, good evening, hello, good day, wherever you are. Good night. My name is Damchu, back again. So it's always lovely to listen to Venerable Chokila. It's it's just such a great bunch over there. I don't think I've had problems with any of the Sangha members. The enthusiasm is just so infectious, and has really made us go for such a long time. We now actually. When I sort of wasn't quite sure what Chokila was doing her session, I quickly double checked. 38 weeks today, 38 weeks of prayerathon, or actually 38th prayerathon. We start on the 1st of August, and we will actually have done on the 30th of July 53 prayerathon sessions to complete the year. So there are a few milestones coming up, so it's really wonderful. So thank you everybody who participated in front of the camera, behind the camera, everyone who joined us throughout these wonderful sessions, for giving us the energy and the encouragement to do these prayers. And sometimes it's tough, you look around, you go, cool, and when we're not quite sure how it's being received at the beginning, and we're trying to find our feet as a community, because even that, with Chokila being Australia, me being in the UK, then we got some people in India, we got people in France and Italy. So just as a community to come together has been, in that respect, the pandemic has been a wonderful experience, with the technology to unite the community. And it is what it is. And I think what Chokila also said something really, really beautiful, that if you want to do the offerings, do it with do it with joy. If it becomes a chore, don't do it. If you just go, oh, yeah, got another one, it's sloppy. And the same is with here, and it's wonderful that, some people think, shouldn't you have more people on board? I think it's important, even for this practice, from the feedback that we're getting from you out there as well, that you feel at home. Those of you who sent in some feedback, how you welcome the atmosphere, and that is because all the people who have given their time here do so in the right frame of mind, and that is the important thing. We wouldn't want people just to be here for the sake of it. And these people, all the Sangha members, some can dedicate a bit more time than others from week to week, and some can do it more, maybe every other month. And that is perfectly all right. because all the Sangha community has also other obligations, you know, and commitments. So we're really grateful. So, and you know, that is just a wonderful thing, you know. So thank you very much. And I see we updated also some of the the links. So if you're looking for the text on YouTube, you know, down at the description, the different sadhanas, you know, in English and whatever languages we put out these days. And if you have enjoyed prayerathon for a while the Sangha community, the monks and nuns don't, you know, take any payment for this. There are obviously some costs involved with the hosting and, you know, screening and, you know, all this sort of stuff. So there is a little GoFundMe link there. If you can and want to contribute, that would be marvelous. But again, this is not a sales pitch, just pointing out there is a GoFundMe link there. If you want to contribute to the cost of the screening and the tech site that needs to be updated and stuff like that. And as I said, it's been 38 weeks. So, you know, these guys over there really for 24 hours a day, they make sure we're on air. So anyway, enough waffle from my part again. So thank you very much if you joined us. And, you know, wherever you are in the world. And yeah, you got me for another 20 minutes about that. So if we just take a few deep breaths. Just reset our motivation. If you joined us before, you know, just reset. If you're joining us afresh for this session, just find a quiet place within and generate some bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy the happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free from all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from attachment and aversion, to keep some close and others distant. Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the form of Chenrezig. If you had the initiation, please feel free to self-generate. If not, keep on visualizing the Guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity that you most closely associate with love and compassion. If you're following us from a more generalistic spiritual path that does not necessarily follow deities, visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be warm and filled with love and compassion. Visualize a light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. Maybe right next to you, or the furthest corners of the universe. But the Guru finds them all, each light beam will find them. And each light beam carries love, compassion, and purifying nectar, which enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with that great love and compassion and purifying essence that clears away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And as we feel the bliss of the purification taking place atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms, we recognize the joy that it brings, for the weight of all those negative, of the negative baggage of, to be lifted. How we can stand tall, how we can breathe again, how we can see again, how we can rejoice again. discovering our Buddha nature. And as we rejoice in that, we also rejoice that all other sentient beings, can reach that state. How the Guru shares that love, helps them purify. We also recognize that it's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have been kept in that samsaric cycle for so long. Having demoted ourselves in many ways, harmed ourselves by talking, thinking, and acting negatively when it came to other beings. Having put our own welfare above theirs, when in fact all of us just want to be respected and live a long and healthy life, free from suffering. We call upon the Mother Ascending Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, having experiences, the benefits of taking refuge. Having experienced the great love and compassion the Guru shows. Leading the way out of the suffering. So with a sincere heart, we call upon our Mother Ascending Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Ascended Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying essence of the light nectar intensifies, and more purification is taking place. So much so that we're being filled out with light. Each atom begins to glow, the space between the atoms. I've become one with the light nectar, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other Mother Sentient Beings. Exchanging love and compassion and purifying essence. Becoming one with the Guru, becoming one with all other sentient beings. And again, we recognize that it's body, speech, and mind that have kept us in samsara. Body, speech, and mind being represented by Om. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to achieve the transformation, we need to acquire compassion and wisdom, mind and Padma, and combine them in Om. And only once we're in a pure state can we be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. So we do our best. As we keep exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, continuing to purify ourselves, showing remorse for the actions of past lifetimes, body, speech, and mind. With the great desire to be of benefit to all Mother Sentient Beings, we recite the Mani Mantra a few times out loud, and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Okay, let's visualize ourselves now as purified, having taken refuge in the Guru, having shown remorse for the actions of body, speech, and mind of past lifetimes, and having exchanged ourselves with all mother sentient beings. May we hold on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, for at least the duration of these prayers that we're carrying out today. If we can, for the end of the day, the rest of the week, if you're more accomplished, maybe for, several weeks, months, years. Really got the mastery down for many, 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 many lifetimes. If you achieve that goal, please do let me know, so that may reach that state as well. If you find you're slipping a little bit, just reset your motivation and redo the purification. So we're going to recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. And as we recite the prayer 3 times, keep on visualizing how through the power of the prayer and the great love and compassion of the Gurus and our deepest wish to benefit all other sentient beings, primarily through the power of this prayer, that all the causes for suffering, particularly the pandemic, are being burned away. How the sick are being restored to good health, how those who passed beyond are reborn under favourable condition, how those who suffered other hardships in terms of mental or psychological, mental or economical, etc., how to be given whatever is required to be restored to good health so they may take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large. More disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by crude, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really from the bottom of your heart, visualize all the causes of suffering are being destroyed. Everything is being restored to a positive state, that all beings may benefit and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings, sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So visualize now that all the effects of the pandemic, the root causes have been destroyed, and that the healing therefore has taken place, and that beings have given the correct environment to be restored. And again, like I said before, sometimes you may cut a tree down and see the trunk separated from the root. So we're trying to do, we're trying to stop it from growing, okay, we're trying to destroy the root. Once the trunk separated also from the root, you may still see some sap in the tree, that shows, it might appear that the tree is still alive, but from the root's point of view, it doesn't get that growth spurt anymore. It's just sort of what's left. So don't despair, keep rejoicing in the efforts that beings have made and in finding vaccines and finding better ways of dealing with the pandemic, treatment options, and the reduction in death that has occurred. So keep on, staying positive. Maybe dedicate. Got that. Okay. Due to other merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise, and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all danger of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all living beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, the long life prayer for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe shinkan di penda deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shapen si te badu tengyu chi. Tu chel chang xing yam kun ge wei ten jing kun pe wei kun zu du pu tse chok som ke wei lek mun tu du pa dak sok de je gun du shap ten shu. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for continuing to support Prayerathon. Not just in this session, but the others, the other Sangha members as well. Whatever part of the world you're in, whether you're watching us live or on a recording, may whatever you do with these sessions may it be of benefit to you. If you do find you struggling and it's beyond what we can offer you here, please don't be afraid to seek help, from a professional like your GP physician or Lifeline Samaritans, depending what services are available to you wherever you are. Lots of love to everyone. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute and Venerable Yunten. How are you? Ooh.
Hi, Damshala. Thank you.
Lovely to see you again. It has been a while.
Yeah, we haven't overlapped for a while, have we?
Yes, I'm making myself scarce. How dare I?
No, I think you earned the right. Yes, yeah. I wish I could do more, but I'm starting to get into.
No, look. I said to Venerable Chicky, it is one of those things. We all have things, and so many teaching are taking place. And if you get the chance to do them, it just. It happens, Namdak is teaching. I think it was Venerable Gompa saying, Kishitashi is teaching, and then so many other things are going on in the centers now. It's just wonderful to see it all happening again. And, I know that people would be here when they could. And, again, it shouldn't be true. It should be when you have the time, when it suits you, and not at the expense of other Dharma activities, that are so crucial. So don't you worry. We have it covered. We know that everyone is out there, if they could, they would do more. We all could do more. Sometimes, when we have the time, we chip in a little bit more. And if we haven't got the time, somebody else will fill our boots. So it's the way it is. Yeah.
True.
Okay. I hand over to you. I see. What have you done? Oh, you're doing an hour. Blimey. Good girl. Sorry, that pat. Good girl. That was a bit patronizing. Anyway, let's have love, Venerable Yunten. Thank you for chipping in, and lovely to see you again. Have a wonderful session, guys, girls, whoever listens in. Please stay with Venerable Yunten. It's always nice to have that sort of support online. So anyway, and you're gonna be in for a little treat here as well, because Venerable Yunten likes to. She has a little plan. She does. Anyway, it's true. I sometimes do it off the cuff, but you know exactly where you're gonna go. Anyway, lots of love. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Damshala. Okay, everybody. So if you're doing back-to-back sessions, make sure that you refresh yourself and stretch if you need to. Have a sip of something if you need to. And we'll revive our motivation using a Lamrim prayer. And for this session, we'll start with the foundation of all good qualities. Really sitting with the meaning as we go through it, really deeply connecting with the motivation. Grounding yourself in your posture, in your space, within yourself. And then connecting with these words from Lama Tsongkhapa. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to them is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon them with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratamoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Sitting with that. And then visualizing Chenrezig above the crown of your head, radiant white, made of transparent light. Feel that Chenrezig is above your own crown, as well as above the crowns of all sentient beings. And with a very strong bodhicitta motivation, think, may all obstacles related to the pandemic be swiftly dispelled. And then the motivation prayer, holding your awareness of Chenrezig Buddha, the embodiment of wisdom and compassion. Imagine that you, together with all living beings, connect with your spiritual refuge through these prayers, both inner refuge and outer refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And visualize from Chenrezig Buddha above the crown of your head and above the crowns of the heads of all sentient beings, radiant white light flows down through the crown of your head, down through your whole body, purifying your body, speech, and mind, anything that might arise as suffering in the present or future, clearing the mistakes of the past, protecting your mind from creating more mistakes in the future. This radiant white light flowing down, soothing stress, settling the mind for yourself as well as all sentient beings. But you can zero in on any particular sentient beings you know who are struggling right now. The light goes to everyone currently suffering with the virus. Anyone who is suffering from isolation. Anyone suffering from grief and loss of people, loss of financial stability, loss of human connection. Imagine that this white light soothes. And not only soothes, but ripens inner resilience, awakens our own compassion in an expansive, altruistic way, including self, including others, leaving no one out. And as you hold this visualization of radiant white light flowing down from Chenrezig, down to all sentient beings, add the compassion wisdom mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And so keep the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra going under your breath, together with the visualization of radiant white light, compassionate wisdom flowing through you and all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so, holding your awareness of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, we add the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll say the prayer once again, keeping awareness of Chenrezig above the crown of your head and above the crown of all sentient beings, protecting, purifying, ripening their seeds of positive karma, ripening their seeds for realizations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that Chenrezig above the crown of your head, and Chenrezig above the crowns of the heads of every single sentient being, dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind. And we dedicate all of the merit of this practice. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Due to the merit of these virtuous actions, may we all quickly become the Guru Buddha and lead all beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Tani Dawa Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Gyochi, Ke Panyam Pame Pai, Gone Gondu Belwa Sho. And let your mind connect with those dedications. Okay, so you can relax your attention. And if you're doing back-to-back sessions, take a minute and refresh yourself. And for this next session, we'll use the prayer, the 3 principal aspects of the path, to revive our motivation. And so as I read it, I'll pause at each of the 3 principal aspects so that we can connect with the meaning as deeply as we can. So here we go. I bow down to my perfect gurus, the essential meaning of the victorious one's teachings, the path praised by all the holy victors and their children, the gateway of the fortunate ones desiring liberation. This I shall try to explain as much as I can. Those who are not attached to the pleasures of circling samsara, who strive to make freedom and endowments meaningful, who entrust themselves to the path pleasing the victorious ones, you fortunate ones, listen with a calm mind. Without the complete intention definitely to be free from circling, There is no way to pacify attachment, seeking pleasurable effects in the ocean of circling. Also, by craving for cyclic existence, embodied beings are continuously bound. Therefore, at the very beginning, seek renunciation. Freedom and endowments are difficult to find, and life has no time to spare. By gaining familiarity with this, attraction to the appearances of this life is reversed. By thinking over and over again that actions and their effects are unbetraying, and repeatedly contemplating the miseries of cyclic existence, attraction to the appearances of future lives is reversed. When, by having trained in that way, there is no arising even for a second of attraction to the perfections of cyclic existence, and all day and night the intention seeking liberation arises, then the thought of renunciation has been generated. Connecting with that determination to be free, even if renunciation has been developed, if it is not possessed by the mind of enlightenment, it does not become the cause of the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, the wise generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. Swept away by the current of the four powerful rivers, tied by the tight bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the total darkness of ignorance, endlessly reborn in cyclic existence, ceaselessly tormented by the three sufferings, thinking that all mothers are in such a condition, generate the supreme mind of enlightenment. In short, if like the mother whose cherished son has fallen into a pit of fire, and who experiences even 1 second of his suffering as an unbearable eternity, your reflection on the suffering of all mother sentient beings has made it impossible for you to bear their suffering for even 1 second, and the wish-seeking enlightenment for their sake arises without effort. Then you have realized the supreme precious mind of enlightenment. So reconnecting with that bodhicitta, without the wisdom realizing ultimate reality, even though you have generated renunciation in the mind of enlightenment, you cannot cut the root cause of circling. Therefore, attempt the method to realize dependent arising. One who sees the cause and effect of all phenomena, of both cyclic existence and the state beyond sorrow, is forever unbetraying, and for whom any object trusted in by the grasping mind has completely disappeared, has at that time entered the path pleasing the Buddhas. If the appearance of dependent relation, which is unbetraying, is accepted separately from emptiness, and as long as they are seen as separate, then one has still not realized the Buddha's intent. If these two realizations are happening simultaneously without alternation, and from merely seeing dependent relation is completely unbetraying, the definite ascertainment comes that completely destroys the way all objects are apprehended as truly existent. At that time, the analysis of the ultimate view is complete. Furthermore, appearance eliminates the extreme of existence, and emptiness eliminates the extreme of non-existence. If you realize how emptiness manifests in the manner of cause and effect, then you are not captivated by wrong notions holding extreme views. In this way, you realize exactly the vital points of the three principal aspects of the path. Resort to seeking solitude, generate the power of effort, and quickly accomplish your final goal, my child. So reconnecting with the wisdom realizing emptiness, whatever degree of understanding you have, using the wisdom of dependent arising to point you in the right direction, to give you reasons why. And then we'll add the swift fulfillment of wishes, which is also particularly helpful with all of the obstacles related to the pandemic. And this was recommended to be recited by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk, wearing the three saffron robes. The spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya, possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, "Child, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled." So asking, may all our pure prayers be accomplished instantly. Particular enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. Of course, that the pandemic and all obstacles related to it may be swiftly pacified. And for all of those obstacles that we don't have the karma to be pacified, may we have the inner strength and resilience to take them on the path as fuel for practice and tools for transformation. So deeply setting that motivation. And visualize Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara above your crown and above all other sentient beings as well. Particularly may Chenrezig be together with all beings in the bardo through the power of his compassion. May they be assisted to quickly taking rebirth in a pure land, Amitabha's pure land, where they can become enlightened swiftly. And if they don't have the karma for that, may they quickly take a perfect human rebirth and meet with Mahayana spiritual friends. But may all beings in the bardo be guided. May their positive karma be ripened, the projecting karma for a beneficial rebirth, one that will assist the development and deepening of their spiritual path, particularly a spiritual path involving altruism, involving understanding of reality, deeply connected with ethics. For Una Mae Schlack, for Tim Waller, for Courtney Chappell, for Abel Kopek, and all sentient beings in the bardo. And we think that all sentient beings do the motivation prayer together with us, that we lead them in it. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So deeply connecting with that motivation. And then visualize from the heart center of Chenrezig, streams of white light flow down, entering your body, protecting your mind, purifying body, speech, and mind. And this simultaneously happens with all sentient beings as well. Chenrezig's above us all. And then add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And keep the mantra going under your breath, together with the visualization of purifying and protecting white light. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that Chenrezig, at your crown and at the crown of all sentient beings, dissolves into light and absorbs into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. Janchu Samcho Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Gyochi, Ke Pan Yamba Me Pai, Gone Gondu Pawa Sho. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samadabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, the dedication praised as the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so then we'll hand it over to the next person.
Hey, Venerable. Good morning. I'm Annie Kadre. I'm here in the Cloud Ganj, and I'll be with you for the next half hour. Today in Cloud Ganj, we've just had a big storm come through, and it snowed overnight high up, so the air is very got a special chill to it. But it will be clear skies for a little while, which is nice. It's very dusty here these days. Not much of winter, not much of a snowfall, and lots of dust everywhere. And of course, when it comes to COVID, India is entering a pretty dangerous wave of COVID. I was just reading yesterday and the day before that in Delhi, 60% of the COVID cases that are being diagnosed are with people who are under the age of 40. They're so low on resources that, you know, beds are being shared between 2 people and so forth. So yeah, here in India, not such a great situation for people. In Cloud Ganj in Kangra area, every day, our Chief Health Officer publishes usually about 200 new cases each day, and usually has a few deaths to accompany that too, and more people under the age of 50 are passing. Let's make really strong prayers today, so that everywhere in the world that are suffering, like Brazil and so forth, that are suffering from lack of resources, let's get this pandemic quickly over for their sake. And with that, let's take a moment to just calm our minds. Hear noise in the background, I'm sorry, it's just the rain falling off the balcony above me. Might be a little bit of a background noise. So let's reflect now on who we're doing this practice for, not just for ourselves or for our family and friends, but for all those sentient beings that we don't normally think of, and also for those people that, those sentient beings that we have the most difficulty with in our own minds. Let's make this practice as altruistic as possible, as far-reaching as possible. And then with all those sentient beings in mind, the crown of our heads, let's visualize forearm Chenrezig, the embodiment of compassion. Or if you're not Buddhist, or you have difficulty visualizing Chenrezig, just bring to mind one being that represents that unconditional compassion that we're aiming for here, and visualize them instead on the crown of your head. They are in nature, that compassion, which flows down from their hearts through the top of your own head and fills up your own body. And as His Holiness the Karmapa says, we cannot have compassion for others until we have compassion for ourselves. Let's really focus on generating that compassion for ourselves first, no matter what resistance there may be. Which, with each breath we take in, we're bringing in more of that unconditional compassion in the form of white light. And it's filling up every crevice, every nook and cranny. And then when we go into the practice itself, from our hearts, that same compassion will be flowing in the form of white light, and it will be unconditional and endless. And it will pierce through the suffering that all sentient beings have. This generates strong conviction in the benefits of this practice. Okay. And maintaining that visualization, that intention, I'm going to read out the 8 verses of thought transformation. I always like to do this at the beginning of the practice because for me it helps overcome my self-cherishing, and it helps widen my mind, open my mind up to the sentient beings that I'm doing this practice for. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Wherever I am and whoever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depths of my heart, hold others dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear, as if I have found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. Excuse me. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and suffering. And undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, I shall be released from the bondage of attachment. Then we'll go into the motivation of the prayer. Just one moment or so. And I'll say the motivation 7 times. And try to generate that motivation from the depths of your heart. Sincerely. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we'll go into the recitation of Om-Mani Padme Hum. Remembering that we're visualizing that unconditional compassion coming from our hearts that's originated from the being on top of our heads, and it reaches out to all sentient beings and pierces through their suffering. Quickly brings a resolution to all illnesses and diseases, pandemic, all the negative results that have come from this pandemic, financial, things like dramatic increase in domestic violence, that sort of thing. Om-Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum, Om-Mani Padme Hum. Om-Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om- Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum. Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum, Amani Padme Hum. Amani Pema Hum, Amani Pema 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 Hum. Amani Pema Hum, Amani Pema. Let's take a moment just to refocus our minds. I always like to bring to the front of our mind, particularly those sentient beings that I may be having difficulty with in this week or in previous weeks. To ensure that I have the same wish of to be free from suffering for them as I do for all others. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. This is our last mala recitation. May all the concerns and worries that are in the minds of all beings as a result of this pandemic, may they be released and not returned. And all those that are experiencing great suffering from this pandemic, from this illness, may that be released and not returned. Amani Pema, Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Amani Pema, Amani Pema. Manipemu, manipemu. Manipemu, manipemu. Manipemu, manipemu. Manipemu, 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 manipemu. So now we'll go into a few recitations on the actual prayer. And I like to really focus on the meaning of the words and sort of hold their meaning in my heart as I say it, and imagine all the benefits being received at the same time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So it's just gotten a bit chilly here. Just 1 sec. Okay. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. terribly sorry the background noise. The rain's just started falling again. I'm not too sure how much of it you can hear. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and abuses, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the Sri Gurus, by the power of the Dakinis, star protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be. So because of all this background noise, I think I might just finish there and head into the dedications and then hand you over maybe a couple of minutes earlier. I know the other venerable is already here. Okay. So let's make really strong dedications. First of all, bring to mind any understanding of emptiness that you have in order to seal this merit so that it's not destroyed by anger. So due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And now we go to the long life prayers of His Holiness Dalai Lama. The land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And the long life prayer of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the seduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mahayana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Thank you for joining me today. Venerable Dechen, all yours.
I couldn't hear the rain at all.
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear because of the rain.
Oh, we can hear you perfectly.
Oh, thank God, it's so loud here. I just thought, this is just going to be a total washout. So, like, not as well as a literal one. Okay, that's great. I'm very glad. I hope you have a wonderful session.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. I'll see you next time.
Okay, for sure. Okay, so here I am at the great stupa of universal compassion and peace. Here in Bendigo, Australia, and you can see Kuan Yin behind me, and it's just amazing how busy this place has come. The car park is quite full compared to any other time I visit, and I'll just give you a look around. That's the new Nepalese Hindu temple over there. That has just been finished. That's Ganesh in there. I actually thought he might be a bit bigger, and maybe he will end up being bigger coming along. And then we have our beautiful Kuan Yin. And you'll see I'm sitting on a seat back to front. Here we have the four precious friends, and there is the great stupa. The great stupa of universal compassion and peace. The energy here is really fantastic. We're just sort of coming into autumn here, so it's a little bit cool, a little bit windy. Hopefully I'll stay in the shade. My phone is all powered up, and hopefully I'll stay in the shade, so I'll be able to do this full session, this full half-hour session of making prayers for the world, for all the difficulties that are happening in this world at the moment in relation to COVID, especially in relation to COVID. And it's just interesting watching it all unfold now that we have the vaccination. There sort of really is, we can really see the level of greed that is out there in the Western world on who's going to get it, which country is going to get it, and who doesn't get it, and yeah, it's really quite challenging to listen to it all the time, because it really does highlight, because it is highlighting the inequalities, it's highlighting the level of power and the lack of compassion with those people who do have that power, and just the self-interest. So much self-interest, isn't there? And, you know, I've been hearing the news in India, and my heart really goes out to all my Indian and would be Nepalese too, brothers and sisters who live in such a beautiful, holy country and have done for many, many years. And from what I can gather, there's a new wave going through India. So many more people are being affected by this wave, and it's just huge numbers who are being daily affected by COVID. I think, you know, this COVID is really highlighting to us all just how unstable the whole world is, how things can change really quickly, very, very quickly. And that we're really quite foolish if we don't think that it can happen to us. It can happen to us. And if it's not COVID, it will and truly be something else too. And it's really important for those of us who are participating in this prayer-a-thon to really embrace this wonderful opportunity that we have to make prayers, to practice. We've been studying the Bodhisattva's way of life here at Chenrezig with our very precious Geshe Sultram, and we're up to the patience of meditation, where he really is speaking a lot about attachment and how attachment distracts us with our meditation. And this attachment arises in many, many subtle forms. But, you know, the ultimate result is dissatisfaction and discontentment. So, you know, having an opportunity, making prayers like this, reflecting on how fortunate we actually are. So fortunate we are. All the leisures and endowments, the respites and opportunities. It's the way that I like to see it: respite from the hell realms, respite from the animal realms. The opportunity to practice the pure Dharma, opportunity to sit at our teacher's feet and take in the teachings, opportunities to meditate, opportunities to isolate ourselves so we can really try and improve our own mental stability, so we can be more benefit to others. So that was a long-winded motivation, but let's just really sit with that for a few moments and really in your own way, come bring your awareness into the present place, present moment. Future hasn't arrived, the past is history. Today is a gift. That's why they call it the present. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So all sentient beings in all realms, who have all been my mothers in the many eons of cyclic existence which I haven't been around for. With infinite light space, they are sitting around us and beside us, behind us, in front of us, as far as the eye can see. All meditative equipoise, all taking refuge. The precious Guru. Imagine that the precious Guru is here in front of us, just above us, in front of us, here for us all, in the form of Buddha Shakyamuni, in the form of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in our own precious Geshes, in the form of our own precious Western teachers too. All taking refuge. It's like Lama Tsongkhapa says, the foundation of all good qualities is the kind and precious Guru. Direct devotion to him is the root of the path. This is what we are taking refuge in. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. Develop a strong sense of the lineage tree above us, and all the gurus and yidams just below, as it is pictured in the guru and refuge fields, the refuge and merit field. So many have gone before us, and here in this refuge tree we see all those that have succeeded, that have made progress. We have been supported by the yidams, deities and protectors, all here available to us. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. This is the ultimate refuge. The Dharmakaya mind that we share with all beings. All gurus, yidams, deities, all are one within the Dharmakaya. the ultimate nature of reality. The Dharmakaya mind, that is the well, the great spring of wisdom, the great spring of great compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now we'll move on to the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions. Spend a few moments reflecting on what that means. Such as harm to the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas. These are only 3 of the causes. COVID, all our afflictions, personal conflictions, national afflictions, international afflictions. Not occur in the world. And all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms, the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. You feel this deeply in your heart. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. It's this prayer really does highlight the consistency of the suffering in samsara. That was prayer written so many years ago by the wise Mahasi Thangtong Gyalpo in a similar circumstances. But the same prayer just remains so relevant. And whatever sufferings there are in the form of life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Huge, ambitious wish for the world. Much effort from all our parts for it to be fulfilled. May this occur. Myself must be part of this revolution of change. Developing great compassion. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. And this must be what it feels like for the poor, the disenfranchised people in the world. So many living their lives in the jaws of Yama. Sending our love and compassion, courage and strength to them. May their conditions change, their situation. In Africa, in Papua New Guinea, Syria, Iran, South America, Central America. My pitiful and impoverished mind just wouldn't compare to the fear that these people must feel, constantly in fear of catching COVID, constantly in fear of their economic instability around them, the war, the fighting. Lack of respect for human life. Breathing in their suffering and giving out love and compassion. Giving out courage. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Just continue with the Tonglen practice, taking on all the suffering, all the instability. And giving them peace. Economic stability. Families being reunited. No more poverty. No more inequality. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. It was really clarifying what we want for the rest of the world, what we want for us all. We're taking in all the suffering, harms of the spirits, etc. That all the disturbances of the four elements depriving the mind of every happiness be totally pacified. Be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. To establish a peaceful world where love and compassion is the impetus of everything that we do. That there's no confusion. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately. The gurus, and three jewels, the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians are always there. They're always with us. Guiding us, guarding us. Only wishing the best for us. By the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that is not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the supreme jewel of the wisdom, understanding emptiness, true nature of reality that is not arisen, arise and grow. And may that which hasn't arisen, may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Becoming at one with our own Dharmakaya mind. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful, Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo. Please remain until samsara ends. And please always be present, teaching us and guiding us to fulfill our fullest potential as individuals and as societies. Combining our wisdom and compassion for the benefit of all beings. For our own precious Guru, the FPMT, RMI, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the seduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. always like that, to accomplish those magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels. I can remember sitting in, it was a 4-hour, at least a 4-hour meditation on bodhicitta at Mahamudra retreat in Adelaide. 4-hour meditation. We were all squirming. It's really difficult to stay there with him. He's absolutely amazing. We are so fortunate to have his direction in supporting us with our practice to be of benefit. So my time is up here. Is there anybody there to take on from me?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, Venerable Thupten Dechen.
Hi, how are you?
I am fine. So you're in Australia, I guess, judging from your accent or something, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Huh?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
in Australia. I'm at Bendigo.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, thank you very
And
much.
and where are you?
I'm in Switzerland.
Wow. So are they the Taras you have behind you?
Yeah. It's
Very
like
nice.
there's a few more. Like this looks like this. It's the FPMT Centre in Bern.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Very
It's
nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
it's very beautiful. The compa is quite small, so when you're not used to it and you come in, you go like, but it's like, and we do a lot of Tara practice also because of that. And we even have external Tara groups who, Sylvia Wetzel, who has, she's just doing Tara. And so because of the Taras, they come here to practice. So it's very nice.
Fantastic.
Very nice.
Tara's great.
Yeah, I know. So, the reason why they're just like kind of floating in the air like this, because the gompa is quite small, it's not so big. So then if we would have put a cupboard, as one usually does, with these big taras, then, it would have filled half of the room.
Right.
So we said, well, would there be another solution? So that's what they came up with.
It looks very nice.
Yeah, it looks quite nice. And I think in Malaysia, they copied this or had the same idea also, because then they're really apparent when they're sometimes in that cabinet there, you don't see them so well.
Yeah.
You get a very intimate relationship with the taras also. You
do.
You can really touch them and they're so close. So
yeah, very
nice.
Well, enjoy your practice. Lovely to.
Thank you very much. And your bodhicitta retreat, as I heard at the end, I think.
I don't know. I was just recounting a story of Lama Zopa. He gave a 4-hour meditation on bodhicitta at the Mahamudra retreat back in 1996.
Oh, okay.
Around there, yeah.
This is something you never forget, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It was amazing. Okay, enjoy the
good.
session.
Have a good day, Venerable. And thank you very much.
Yeah, bye for now.
Okay, bye. So my name is Losang. As you heard, maybe I am in Switzerland, in the center in Bern. And so we're going to do the practice together. First of all, again, I would really like to thank Chenrezig Institute and especially Venerable Damche, who has like every week, he has this job of kind of finding all these people who are taking over and who are doing the practice. So what I usually do, first I started doing like every time something a little bit different. Then I found this prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo to Chenrezig, which I found really meaningful and touching, and it covers the whole path also. So what we will do, we will take refuge, then we will, with visualizing Chenrezig, since we are going to do Om Mani Padme Hum, like the Chenrezig practice, then if you do have initiation, then, the refuge tree that you could have visualized, or Shakyamuni Buddha when we take refuge, or already Chenrezig. Because Chenrezig is all the Buddhas are Chenrezig, and not to forget, like the Guru is all the Buddhas, and all the Buddhas are the Guru. So then we try to unify all of it together, like Chenrezig, as an aspect of the compassion of a fully awakened being. So if you do have initiation, you can then absorb the refuge field into you and then dissolve into emptiness and arise as Chenrezig, whatever you are used to, either 11 head, 1,000 arms, or 1 head, 4 arms sitting, the one with 11 heads is standing. Of course, if you know how to visualize, then you would know how that Buddha looks. Otherwise, just keep, this principle of compassion in front of you, but also thinking we are doing this practice in order to attain that state. This is very important that we do that with bodhicitta. So we trust our, as it says in the refuge prayer, we trust our Dharmakaya, we take refuge in our own Buddha nature, so that we can then finally attain the state and be of benefit to all sentient beings. So then we recite the prayer to Chenrezig. Then first we recite the prayer, then Chenrezig absorbs into you. If you have initiation, then we do the sending out the light with the mantra. Then we do the prayer for the COVID, and then at the end, the dedication. So that's the plan. So we start by taking refuge. I'll show you the screen. Okay, so again, as it starts by saying all sentient beings equal to space, it's good to really open up the heart and to think like every being has the potential to be happy. We cannot live it, like me included, and probably you also. I mean, I don't want to hint anything that none of you who is listening is or participating is enlightened. I don't know. So if you are enlightened, I'm sure you're not getting angry when I say all of us are under the control of our negative emotions, which create negative karma, which results in suffering. We react in a quite negative way. There's even, Dharma practitioners, the first minute or the first second when you feel, oh, suffering is about to occur, be it mental or physical, then I think the instinct is rejection, which is not bad. This instinct of rejection, of rejecting suffering is not bad. But then we just reject the suffering and not the causes for the suffering. This is what we have to work with. So we all stand under the control of these negative emotions. Nobody wants it. Everybody is in that state. Some people like really strongly, and then we very often generate, aversion towards them. Not so much the people we don't know. We can dislike politicians or people of power. But it's more like the people around us when they're not exactly the way we want them, or not when they are doing harmful things or harming you, your family. Then we develop aversion, and we don't really want to help them. So we think, especially for these people that because of them, they're not the cause. Yeah, they're not the cause for my anger and aversion. The cause is inside, but I want to be free of being angry at people. I want to be free of rejecting people. So I want to be able to wish from the bottom of my heart that all beings have happiness, the causes of happiness. And I'm working towards that goal, that I have the capacity to liberate all sentient beings from their suffering and the causes of suffering. This is the important part here, and especially the wrong view of grasping at the self. So when we think of all sentient beings, what can be helpful? When you visualize, like you dissolve all houses, walls, mountains, forests, everything that obstructs the view, and then the earth becomes flat, and then you try to get a feeling, a sensation, what it means. All sentient beings. Like also with the COVID, and people go like, oh, I'm so lonely and I can't see my family and all this. But when we just think like this, I'm never alone. Like we're constantly surrounded by numberless sentient beings as far as the eye can see. But what obstructs is the things that we create ourselves, which is houses and walls. And very often we create walls around our heart also, because by being angry at the neighbor or something like that. So then we think, all sentient beings, and not just on this planet, in the universe, by all sentient beings in the hells as hungry ghosts, all the animals, we can think about them. Then all beings, the demigods and God, in the demigod and Godrians, of course, all humans. Then all beings in the Bardo, all beings in the form and formless realm. So it's really numberless. And when we try to get a feeling for this, then our heart really opens, like heart and mind, same thing. So our mind becomes very, very spacious, and it becomes quite close to its nature. So, you know, and then here 6 o'clock in the morning, and when we think to start the day like this, isn't that wonderful? With that thought, I want to be able to have the capacity to benefit all sentient beings, everybody that I see, touch, hear, speak to, everybody who hears me, talks about me, thinks about me, may only be of benefit to them. What a wonderful day, what a wonderful way to start the day, isn't it? And even if it's just, you know, midday or even evening, I don't know where you are, even then, it's such a beautiful thought. Your loneliness, your depression, your feeling worthless, all of this just disappears. It's such a noble thought. There's nothing that is more noble than that. I have to attain enlightenment. So I can spontaneously, effortlessly, and continuously, without burning out, without doubt, without having any confusion, benefit all sentient beings. How wonderful. In order to do that, I have to take refuge. In whom? In the Guru. And the 3 precious jewels, or gems, I think as Rinpoche says now. It's not the 3 jewels, it's the 3 precious ones. And then this attitude of gratitude and joy, to have trust and faith that this works, because we have been practicing this for a number of time, and we see that even if it seems not to work and the pandemic is going on, but we don't know what it would be if we wouldn't do the practice. And everybody who does the practice regularly, you can definitely feel that it helps your mental state. And that's the most important thing, because karma we cannot change. But what we can change is our attitude towards what is happening. So you visualize in the space in front of you, first your Guru. And you connect with your heart. How do you feel when you visualize your Guru? This is your first object of refuge, to anchor the mind, not to become too confused, not to get lost in unhelpful emotions. Then you think, this Guru, I see him or her in an ordinary form, but actually it's the Buddha. So you visualize when you take refuge, either Shakyamuni Buddha, or in this case, you can already visualize Chenrezig. And then you let the Guru unify with that visualization of the Buddha, so that he loses his ordinariness. You can even give the Buddha a bit like the features of the face of the Buddha, of your Guru, to really see what I'm visualizing here, what I'm taking refuge in, is the Buddha, but not somebody far away from me, like 2,500 years, who knows who this person was. But it's my Guru, who is the Buddha. Then you receive so many blessings, and your path becomes quite easy. And then around us, all these mother sentient beings who have been kind to us. Every lifetime, every second of our life, our comfort, our well-being, our health, what we know, what we use, what we do, it depends on so many beings, living or dead, doing their job. And we forget. So how can we be lonely? I mean, it just maybe touch your clothes and feel your clothes and think like, oh, so many beings had to do their job properly so I can wear these things that I call my sweater or my skirt or my socks or whatever. So the heart again opens. I want to do something for them. They're all around us, and we think We are leading them in taking refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we recite these praises to Chenrezig again to inspire us to work actively and skillfully against our negative emotions, which are totally unhelpful. So here it is, to pray to Chenrezig, compassionate eye-looking one. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, he translated it, and he says, if you keep with compassion, Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. First request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart of cherishing others. And I noticed, sometimes when I read it, then I go like, I suffer from this, like anger and, maybe miserliness and these things. So the more I read the prayer, like every Saturday now, is like the more that also in the situation, I can kind of call out to Chenrezig and say, for example, with the anger, send you a great waterfall in order to extinguish my anger. And it's so helpful. Then it just, I'm not caught up in this whole thing anymore. And then, myself, I suffer less because I don't want to be angry, but, with the habits and tendencies, and when it hits the object and with my wrong kind of thinking, then anger arises, whether I want or not. Okay, so we go with this prayer. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one, please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. Now this one is especially for me here. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. And sometimes when I'm in the middle of anger and I remember this, I can hear that it goes like, psh, like when you pour water over fire and fire is finished. Then it's still a bit of smoke remaining, but this also in time it will go. So don't be too kind of demanding on yourself with your negative emotions, because we have them. So never be angry at yourself, at your anger, but try to have compassion and see how you are suffering from this. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. If you can think about this, the time of death would be so helpful. and in the bardo. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with attentive light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I've taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. Then you can visualize that what we took refuge in, then it absorbs into you. If you have initiation, if not, it just remains there. And then you think that whatever I think I am, it seems real, but it's not true. So you just dissolve it into the clear light, as we took refuge also into our own Dharmakaya, the clear light of our Dharmakaya. And then with a lot of joy and with a lot of enthusiasm, you know, having all these qualities of a Buddha with this divine pride, you arise as Arya Chenrezig, body, rainbow body made out of light, transparent, in your heart, the moon disk on top of it, silver free around it, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And from your body now, like the sun, you know, these very brilliant light rays are going out, bringing support, bringing relief, bringing vaccines, bringing help to the doctors, bringing kind of reason to the people who don't want to keep the rules, who don't want to wear their masks, even if they're not vaccinated, and so on, and who go on demonstrations, work against the government, and also going to all the governments so that they do make the right decisions, which are not based on profit, but on the well-being of all beings, which also economy also is a part of it. So like a good balance between profit, like a good balance between economy and health and well-being. And your light rays that you're sending first from your heart, then it fills your whole body, then it gets out of your body. You're sending it to all sentient beings, and then everybody immediately transforms into Chenrezig. No mani padme hum, no mani padme hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Then with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer maybe 3 times, then we just do short dedication. And again, you know, really having the trust that this makes a difference. We will not know, I know, but definitely reciting this prayer has more effect than not doing anything and being depressed and confused and angry or, you know, or whatever, frightened. So with the trust that we can help the situation, with the trust of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then very happily we dedicate this to all sentient beings, by just thinking all the merit that we have created, it goes to all sentient beings, as we in length visualized all the sentient beings at the beginning of this practice. Then we think, we give it away, all the positive energy immediately to these sentient beings. Why does it work? Why can we do that? Because everything is empty from inherent existence. Nothing exists the way that it appears. Everything has causes, and we just created the cause, one of the causes, for the enlightenment of all sentient beings. And we have all reasons to be happy. And then we just do the long life prayers of our masters. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then the one of Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, where is it? It's not here, but maybe you know it by heart. Oh, I thought, here. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, you who, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Ah, yeah, it's the three sublime ones, not the three precious ones. Sorry, I made this mistake at the beginning. Okay, well, I just finished in time. I thought I would be terribly late. Hello, Venerable Damchu.
Hello, Venerable Losang. How are you?
Wow, now I have the occasion to say thank you to you personally.
What have I done?
You're a total hero. Come on, getting us all together every Saturday. I mean, this is incredible.
Well, you know, you could always switch off the emails and I would get hold of anyone, you know. So I'm just lucky to have the right emails for people to come along.
Well, I'm not sure. But anyway, you need to do this every week. And we do it, you do it with so much humor and with so much kindness. You know, I talked to Venerable Sarah last week about you. We talked about this. And she said, you should go to Nalanda. The people, they need people like you. You know, who love to help and who have this kind of being relaxed when it's not really working the way you want, your kindness and your humor. And so
you never know, there might be some news. There might be some news coming.
Yeah, there will be great news coming. You have the opportunity to go, or not really? You have.
Let's just say, the more one talks about it, the more one puts obstacles in the way. So I'm keeping stum at this moment in time, if you catch my meaning.
Okay, so I won't mention it anymore. But maybe just in my dedications, then may Venerable Damchu being able to go to Nalanda as soon as possible.
But it's lovely you think of me so highly that way. But you know, I hope I'm worthy. You know, I do what I can, and I do it just.
You are totally worthy, Damchu.
You know, it's just like I don't make. It's just really odd. You know, some people. You know, Venerable Cherky was saying something really lovely this morning when she was talking about offerings, you know, and she said people don't want to do this, you know, when they complain doing offerings because they find it's a chore, then she'd rather not have them do it. So it's nice to have people who do it really because they want to.
Yeah, right.
So to me, actually, you know, it's really odd. When we started Prayerathon, I never thought that, you know, I could get my head around, you know, I mean, initially it said to Tender, do you need a hand? Do you need a hand with anything?
Yeah.
Next thing I know, it's like, here's the coordination of Prayerathon. You go like, what are you talking about? Don't be mental. And it was, but you know what? And you know, at the beginning, when you think you covered maybe next time, you go, God, this is tense, isn't it? But it's just beautiful. And I don't mind when I take some extras on, because I know so many of you, you know, lead teaching sessions and on retreats, and then there are the big teachings going on, you know, and it is just, to me, it has been a great joy. It has been a great joy to do this because of all the wonderful people like yourself, Sarah, Venerable Cherky, you know, just to name but a few. And it's just been a wonderful thing to see the community come together week after week after week. And if we have a glitch, and you know, we all have our little niches. You know, if you think about Venerable Charles, you know, I mean, he does nunnes non-stop, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And okay, for me, it seems to be, hey, your little niche is Thangtong Gyalpo at the moment, you know. So hey, you know, I'm not the greatest scholar, so if I can do something to
it's so let's say it's so dreadful. It's so precious. You know?
It has been a great opportunity, and you know, I think for us as a community, it brought us very, very, very close together.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, we never would. I don't. You know, unless we traveled, when would we have crossed paths? You know, or you know, the lot in Australia, the lot in India, you know, in France, in Italy, wherever they are. So we've been very, very lucky.
At the retreat of Rinpoche, maybe then.
Yeah, but we see.
Yeah, so it's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
But lovely to see you again. You know, and I don't know whether you saw the film Meet Joe Black. There's a closing scene when Death collects. You know, and there's just at the end where Brad Pitt says to Anthony Hopkins, you know, something, and you know, flatters him, and Anthony Hopkins answers, "Don't smoke, you know, don't blow smoke up my backside. You ruined my autopsy. So don't give me too much flattery." Anyway, thank you very much, Venerable. Love to everyone over at the center.
And
thank you very much and my big love to everyone at your center.
Yeah,
you know, I think you got Eva, she's with you, isn't she?
She is there. Yeah, she's our SPC.
Yeah.
So I can go because we have a new director and an SPC. So I'm leaving.
Oh, what are you doing? You
I
taking
don't
it
know
easy?
yet. Well, first I go to Israel if I can, like every year for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then before I get too old, I would like to go to, you know, Bulgaria, maybe Dharamsala. I have to admit, if I want to go there, it's to visit friends, not so much stupa. This will be, you know.
They just happen to live near the stupa, you know, nice cup of coffee.
If I would never have been there, I don't know if I would go now, but I won't go now because if it's possible, because you know, I know these places. India has been a big part of my Dharma life. Like I've been 17 years in Tushita. So, and you know, half Tushita, half Root Institute. So before I get too old and too frightened of India, I thought I would like to go. And because here, you know, I'm since 14 years I'm here, and I never have stretches of time to do things. So because I do go to Israel every year, 3 months, and I didn't want to take more time away from them, from Longku, because they are very generous, like paying my health insurance, and I live here and I don't pay rent, and if I would need something, they would help me also. So then I want to repay that kindness also.
Sure.
And I think this is why it worked so well, because I'm very grateful to be able to be here, and they are grateful to have me. So it's like, so the relationship was always very good.
Yeah.
So because everybody sees the advantage of the others instead of seeing look what I am doing, you know.
Yeah. No, but it all depends on the kindness of others, and it makes it easy. You know, you could also be in the situation where they just have you there. They disrespect you, not that they will, but you know what I mean. And then you really have that sort of tension all the time. It's wonderful when it all just, they appreciate you being there. You appreciate them, you know, doing this. And I think that's really what it's all about. And, you know, but I hope all your travel plans come to fruition.
Yeah.
You have the best circumstances of traveling.
Thank you. Well, I'm still here until July. So, you know,
that more of your friends may move around stupas, so you don't have to worry about conflict of interest.
Thank you. That's a good wish. Thank you so much.
Anyway, look after yourself, Venerable.
Yeah, you
Take
too.
care.
And
Bye
thank
bye.
you very much, Venerable Damtu.
Much love. Okay. Oh, lovely. That was Venerable Rita. So, or Losang, as she's also known. It's just, you know, it's been really, really a massive privilege to have these wonderful people. I can't even, anyway, what all this flattery she was throwing at me, crikey, you know, as I said, Anthony Hopkins, you know, Brad Pitt, if you haven't seen the film, Meet Joe Black, beautiful scene at the end, don't smoke, don't smoke on my backside, you ruined my autopsy. I thought that was just hilarious. But no, it's for me, it's never been about getting a reputation or something like that. So it's just I have the time to help these wonderful people come together, and keep an eye on the schedule once in a while. And occasionally I do mess it up, so it's not like I'm just running this, with perfect German precision or something like that. So I do apologize, but no, thank you very much, everyone. Really, really appreciate it. And it's always a pleasure and privilege to have been, doing these prayers with you all. Not just the Sangha community, the wonderful people behind the scenes who, run the media, the office work, and everyone, and also you guys out there, join us on YouTube and Zoom and wherever you are. So, live or as a recording later. So thank you very much to everyone. It has been wonderful, 38 weeks so far. And it's soon we're going to have the year. Really looking forward to it. I was earlier sitting down and looking at some dates when we reach our next milestones, like where's the 50 weeks, where's this, where's that, and 50 years, we always do 50 years of this, 50 of that. 52, the 52nd session is not quite the year. 53rd session will make our year, which is the 30th of July. So yeah, it's time has gone so quick. But it has been so joyous and so inspirational, with all you people, that the feedback that we get. you know, the emails that come in, the messages some of you leave, you know, the experience you share. It's just beautiful. So thank you very much, everyone. It's a great joy, and you know, it's as I said to Venerable just now. You know, I only joined this at the beginning just to see whether, you know, I could help. And Tenda, who was very busy with various things, and he got stuck in Martika at the time in Nepal, and you know, with the lockdown. Supposed to be, I think the brothers were only supposed to be there months or 3, and they ended up 6-7 months out there because they couldn't move. They weren't allowed out. So it seemed just a logical thing. You see what you can do. Little difference. Little did I know. But no, thank you everyone for the wonderful opportunity that you've given me. Thank you very much for welcoming me, you know, into your homes. You know, if you're listening to me. You know, the community, you know, everyone out there. It's been a great joy. And you know, as Venerable Losang said, you know, it's where she is in Switzerland. It makes such a difference, you know, when you can appreciate and be appreciated. We're living in a world where we're very much driven by want. You know, my ego isn't met, my attachment isn't met, my this isn't met. It's all about me, but actually it's about community. It's about, you know, the whole aspect. And so when we look at the world, it's you know, the energy that's being spent to divide us. You know, I mean, luckily, you know, some aspects have calmed down. You know, since with some changes in America. So I mean, if you were a Trump follower, you know, it's I'm not having a dig at you. It's just the energy that came, you know, from that presidency, and how it spilled over in other politics. It was just very disruptive and destructive. I mean, the UK is having some problems, but I mean, even here, the tone of voice has changed. And, you know, people just want to get on with their lives, but there's so much disruption still post-Brexit, then the conflict in Northern Ireland. It's really interesting to see what's all happening in the UK at the moment. And of course, you know, today's the funeral of Prince Philip, the Queen's consort. So, you know, there has been a lot. But okay, the UK is not unique in this. There are other parts of the world where you have ups and downs. But you need to look at the positives. You need to find the joy. If it's raining, you get a rainbow. If it's raining, you know, it nourishes the crop. You know, you don't have to wash the car either, so it's quite handy. So you're actually quite environmentally friendly. You know, you know, it's you know, there are things of beauty to be found. You know, in whatever, you know, situation you're in. You know, even if you you know, stuck somewhere, you know, and waiting for a bus. Don't just keep watching the clock. Oh, wow, where's the bus? Where's the bus? I need to be here. Have a look around. Look at some architecture. Look at the birds in the trees. You know, cherish what you got. You may be standing at the bus stop, you know, going, you know, maybe for a train and flying on holiday while there's somebody, you know, living on the garden bench, you know, in the park. You know, he has nothing. You wish you could just go on the train somewhere else nice, change the situation. So we do have, even in dark situations, we have so many more opportunities than a lot of other people. So just rejoice, be happy, and you know, things will come. Anyway, so before I run out of time, I've got 15 minutes left to get to the next handover. Let's do a quick recognition of the community, set our motivation, and I just read a few lines from the King of Prayers. So if we take a moment, take a breath, and just rejoice. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening, and be of worldly benefit to them as well. I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine. And with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet the spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless are end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If you visualize our Guru in space in front of us, in the form of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, feel free to self-generate, otherwise just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. Those of you who just follow a more general spiritual path, don't wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light above the crown of your head and the space in front of you, and let that light be filled with love and compassion. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body into all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. They may be next to you or the furthest corners of the universe. But the Guru's love and compassion finds them anyway, and each light beam entering the bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with purifying nectar and light essence, burning away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Atom by atom, and all the spaces between those atoms, these beings are being purified. And the more we get purified, the more we begin to glow, and we recognize that it's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have caused harm to other sentient beings, thus creating negative causes for ourselves. We recognize that, like the other beings, we don't enjoy being spoken to harshly, treated unfairly, being thought of, displeasingly. Now we show remorse. We begin to exchange ourselves with the Guru. As we fill more and more with light, we exchange light back with the Guru and then all other sentient beings. And we call upon those mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they may be liberated from the cycle of suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. As we recite the morning mantra, remember that this body, speech, and mind represent a palm that kept us in samsaric existence. It is through our body, speech, and mind that we have caused harm. And we want to change that. We want to transform that aspect, shown in Om, to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity, also represent the palm. Hence, we have to acquire compassion and wisdom, mani, and padma, and combine them in Om to be of benefit to all other sentient beings, thus eliminating negative causes that affect us in the long term. It's a beautiful quote in the film Gladiator. What we do in this life echoes in eternity. So let this be a good echo. Let it be an echo of love and compassion. Create the sound that you want to hear later on. And let it be a beautiful melodious sound that knows no hatred, no fear, no anger, no suffering, but is filled with pure love. Not just for ourselves, but primarily for all other sentient beings. Recite the mantra out a few times loud and then on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. 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 Om Mani Padme Having changed ourselves with the Guru and all the sentient beings after having taken refuge, having shown remorse for our past actions, and having said many wonders, may we visualize ourselves as purified. Until they go into the pure state, we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo to benefit all sentient beings, so that may all the effects of the pandemic and other sources of sufferings may be eradicated. And may the sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond, may they be born under favorable condition. May those who suffered any other consequences of the pandemic and any source of sufferings, may they be given whatever wealth and resources are required for them to engage again in a life that is free from suffering, so they may be able to take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large. More the disease that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and tempering conditions, such as psalms of grasping illness and the Buddha, does not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 with spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temper conditions such as the harms of gods, Buddhas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of individuals, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really from the bottom of your heart, visualize how we destroy all the root causes of suffering for the benefit of all sentient beings. We leave none out. There is no, we do everyone else but Billy or whoever. No, for all sentient beings, no exceptions. May they all be free from suffering. May we be the causes for them to be free of suffering, and may they enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May all disease that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temper conditions, such as the harms of gods, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings is held placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interference, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we visualize now that all the root causes have been destroyed of suffering, and that all sentient beings will be restored to state free from suffering. So do dedications. I'm mindful of the time. Dedications. May we dedicate to all sentient beings, our precious gurus, and everyone, who is particularly engaged in virtuous activities, that they all may have long and healthy lives, and they may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And so we always share the path with those who are always like ours, for the benefit of all sentient beings. Due to all the merits of this virtuous action, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness. Gangri rawe kwe shinkandi pendan deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shafe si te badu thank you chi. Lama Zopa. Tip chil chang xing yang gun ge wei ten jing kun pel wei kun zu duk fu che chok chong ge wei lek mun tu du pa dak sok du je gun du shak ten. Thank you, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for everyone who joined us in sessions, throughout Prayerathon, 38 weeks. So a little note there from Stina on YouTube. If it's the Stina, I think it is. Stina, hello. Say hello to Rue for me. Hope you're well. Thank you, everyone, in front and behind the scenes. And I see Venerable Deki is here. Hello, Venerable. How are you? Lovely to see you again.
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you.
You having a nice day where you are? What time of the day is it where you are right now?
It's 7 a.m. in the morning.
7 a.m. Beautiful. That's the way to have it. Sunshine coming out, beginning of the day, big smile, face the world with happiness. Just what we like to hear. Venerable Deki, I hand over to you. Thank you very much. Lovely to have you on board.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Thangtong Gyalpo, and thank you for joining me in reciting the prayer session of liberating Sakya from disease. It has been specially recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche for pacifying the suffering of the pandemic, COVID-19, which we are facing in the world right now. So let's begin this session by balancing our attention and bringing it to the present moment. So we can first start relaxing and just releasing any tension in our body. We can take an upright posture with a straight back, relax shoulders, and if it helps, we can start by taking 3 long and deep breaths. And with every exhalation, we can just let go of all the thoughts, worries, any concepts, any plans, any tension and stress in part of the body. Just letting it all go with each out breath and completely relaxing. Now we can focus our attention to an object of meditation, which can be either the tactile sensations in our body as we breathe in and breathe out, or the sensation of the breath at the level of our navel or at the entrance of the nostrils. You can choose any object which you wish. The main point is to stay with the object and not get distracted with our wandering thoughts. we notice that we have wandered off with the thoughts, we can gently recognize and bring our attention back to the object of meditation. So let's stabilize our attention with this focusing meditation for a few minutes. Now with this mind that is more calm, focused and relaxed, we can nourish our mind by developing a good, positive, altruistic motivation for today's session. We can start by reflecting that we have a precious human rebirth with all the ideal conditions to develop our full potential, to overcome afflictions, the causes of suffering, and to achieve the long-lasting and genuine happiness of enlightenment in order to benefit all mother sentient beings who are suffering in samsara day and night. Also, we have met the virtuous spiritual friend and the teachers who guide us on this path, who show us the way and protect us from all the inner and outer obstacles. We should reflect that our main enemy, enemy number one, is our self-cherishing mind, which only wants happiness for our own self, which only wants to relieve our own suffering and totally neglects others. So we have to recognize that this self-cherishing mind does not have any valid basis. It is based on ignorance. It is based on the conception of this truly existent I, me. Which appears as inherently existent, but in reality, it does not exist. So by cherishing and grasping at this false, truly existent I, we neglect others we create aversion towards them. So by recognizing this self-cherishing and self-grasping mind, now let's make a determination to truly exchange ourselves with others, to cherish others as we do ourselves, and to take the responsibility for bringing happiness and achieving the temporal as well as ultimate benefit of all mother sentient beings. Now, with this positive motivation in our mind, we can visualize surrounding us the bodhicitta field, which includes all the sentient beings of the six realms, visualized in the human form and experiencing the sufferings of the various realms. Immediately surrounding us, we can visualize our mother of this life on the left, our father on the right, and surrounding us are friends and relatives, people dear to us. Then the people we have difficulty with, and then all the sentient beings. Try to feel the sense of interconnectedness, interdependence with all these beings. We have been our mothers since beginningless times, not only once, but many, many times. They have shown us their kindness, protected us from harm. Even when they were not our mothers, they benefited us in so many ways. Just try to develop a heart-to-heart connection with these sentient beings who are surrounding us now. Then in the space in front of us, we visualize the refuge field. A white, beautiful lotus seated upon which is Guru Buddha Chenrezig with four arms, the upper two joined together holding a precious gem, and the other two arms holding a crystal rosary and a white lotus flower. Guru Buddha Chenrezig is the embodiment of all our gurus, teachers, who teach us the pure Mahayana Dharma. He is the Buddha of compassion, looking at us with eyes of love and compassion. The whole visualization is in the nature of light, very brilliant and completely intangible. With this visualization clearly in our mind, we can recite the refuge prayer 3 times. All the sentient beings from others who are in finite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yudams, and Dharma. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. All sentient beings from others who are in finite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yudams, and Dharmas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. All sentient beings from others who are in finite life space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yudams, and Dharmas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. Now, as we recite the mantra of Buddha of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. For the first part of the mantra recitation, we can visualize white light and nectar flowing from Guru Buddha Chenrezig into us, purifying all our negativities, sufferings, problems, all the physical suffering and mental tension, completely purifying it in the form of, it leaves in the form of black smoke from the lower parts of our body. And in the second part of mantra recitation, we can visualize golden light and nectar flowing from Guru Buddha Chenrezig into us and filling us completely with all the realizations, knowledge, good health, long life, all the causes of happiness. And the qualities of the path, renunciation, bodhicitta, and realization of emptiness. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now with these blessings which we have received from Guru Buddha Chenrezig, we can recite the actual prayer of liberating Sakya from disease by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And while reciting the prayer, we can just imagine that all the suffering, the sicknesses, problems in the world, especially the sickness of the pandemic, COVID-19, is completely pacified by the power of reciting this prayer. And the whole world is filled with peace, harmony, and all the beings are endowed with long life and well-being. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be completely pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of Daphne's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of Daphne's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we recite one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of Daphne, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we can visualize Guru Buddha Chenrezig being very pleased with our prayers. He dissolves into a sphere of golden light and slowly ascends to the crown of her head, entering into our central channel and absorbing into our heart chakra. Our body, speech, and mind becomes one with the body, speech, and mind of Guru Buddha Chenrezig. There is no difference. Now we can start the dedication prayers. Vari Rave Kove Jinkambe Tenda Deva Malu Jumve Tembe Zikva Tenzin Yatsui Shape Site Badu Tembe She Chiken Kambe Tembe Maluka Gale Jumve Sempe Yeshene Kade Sume Tenzin Yatsola Solva Depso Tuje Lundu Tony Nije Jondo Supena Eje Seze Ganchen Tendo Yana Bemo Tenzen Yatsola Solva Depso Jerun Toto Toto Janchen Jango Yawete Jinkyo Bebe Gonzo Dokoze Yoksum Kure Legum Dotoka Daso Duje Dondu Shapen So Jansu Sense Tenko De Mate Panam Kejosu Keva Nyamba Mipaya Gone Dondu Feva So Devadi Nyududa Lama Sange Dupyune Drova Chiga Malupa Dei Sala Gopal Soda Sodi Jine Stape Gevadi Tenda Dua Pula Kapeta Eba Jetun Losan Japai Tempe Niko Rintu Seze Shodi. Now we can feel our merit with emptiness due to these merits which are empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty existing from my own side, quickly reach enlightenment which is empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state of enlightenment as well by myself, Lord. And we can do our own personal dedication. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Venerable Deki. You did great job.
Thank you, Venerable. How are you doing?
Doing well. Woke up alive today. Such a fortune.
Very nice.
Where are you located now?
I'm in Lama Zopa Institute, Italy.
It's not so far away from us. Here at Nalanda Monastery in France.
Okay, okay. Very nice.
Great.
Are you studying or in Nalanda, or are you a teacher?
Yes, studying here a bit of basic program and Lamrim program.
Okay, wonderful. Very nice. Yeah, I'm also studying the basic program.
Very good. We rejoice, we rejoice. So thank you so much. I have a wonderful, meaningful day.
Thank you. You too have a good session.
Thank you. So good morning. Here in France it is still morning. Some other places might be a different time of the day. So greetings to all of you. My name is Thupten Zoksang. I'm currently at Nalanda Monastery in France, south of France. And this is a prayer marathon, which was happening since I think August last year. Every single Saturday for 24 hours. Yeah, almost non-stop. So the purpose of this prayer marathon is to, of course, to eliminate, to reduce the negative consequences of the current pandemics. Seems like the whole world is influenced by it. And I think another purpose might be for all the Sangha, FPMT Sangha to get together and to fulfill the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who advised us to do these prayers. So we can, rejoice in that we managed to keep the continuum all the way to 17th of April, and hopefully we will manage all the way till the end of the pandemic. So it's our small contribution. We can think like this. So, as always, we can start with inviting our inspiration, field of inspiration, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the holy beings you feel connected to. You can visualize them in front. And what is more important is not to have the clarity of the subtle details, the way they look, but more to have like a heartfelt feeling that they actually hear and they're guiding you, accepting you the way you are with whatever downsides or obscurations you might have. Since they have perfect compassion, they're happy to guide you no matter what. And we can visualize in the center of this merit field is a 1,000-armed Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Also being alive, full of light, smiling, looking at us. Being inseparate from your own teacher. Then also, since we are in the context of the Mahayana framework, we try to be as inclusive as possible. So we're not doing this practice for ourselves alone. And we're also not alone in this practice. So we can visualize numberless dear Mother sentient beings seated around us in human form. So Mother from this life on the left, Father from this life on the right, all your friends, enemies, strangers, all sentient beings of all realms of existence in the human form, they are seated around you. Think that you're guiding them in this practice to alleviate, to remove, reduce all the sufferings, physical sufferings, mental sufferings, and all obscurations, all the way to enlightenment. So we generate as altruistic motivation as possible. And if it helps, we can also bring the real life examples of the people who are suffering from the pandemics. It's either those people who already died, those people who are sick, those people who lost their jobs because of the pandemic, those people who experiencing domestic violence due to pandemics, those people who have suicidal thoughts because of the restrictions or whatever. So we try our best to help them, to provide them real remedy, not just temporary remedy, but ultimate remedy. Okay, screen sharing. So this is Thangtong Gyalpo on the left, the great Tibetan Mahasiddha, the yogi. It is said that in one of his previous lifetimes, he was Buddha Shakyamuni himself. So definitely enlightened being. Definitely there must be some power behind the prayer. That's why so many lamas, so many teachers recommended to do this specific prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, to pacify the negative consequences of the current pandemic, because it helped before. So there is a great chance if we do our best, then it will help now as well. Okay, we do motivation together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we can feel that we are even more protected than before by taking this refuge with a pure intention. Think that all the Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis are there helping us. And of course, it's good to be mindful of the ultimate refuge, which is the empty clarity of all minds, the Dhammakaya. So it's good to be mindful that whatever problems we have, whatever afflictions we have, they're extra, they're temporary, they're not part of this clear mind, which everybody possess. So with that in mind, we can reinforce the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, full of light in front of us. And while we recite the mantra of compassion, the essence mantra of all the teachings of the Buddha, we visualize that countless light rays are emitted from the heart of Chenrezig into all directions, completely pacifying all the sicknesses caused by pandemics, all the illnesses, all the negative thoughts, all the depression people might have, all the obscurations to nirvana, all the obscurations to enlightenment. So eventually all these adventitious afflictions, obscurations, they get completely purified and everybody becomes enlightened. In the aspect of Chenrezig, we can think like this in the end. So the more mantra we do, the more purification is happening. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. So we will continue doing the Mani mantra, but actually after reading each verse, so after reading 4 lines of the prayer, and we can actually visualize what we said in the prayer, that this is happening. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 home. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So after we do Mani mantra, after the last verse, we can visualize that all the subtle obscurations preventing sentient beings to realize omniscience, this ultimate refuge of Dharmakaya, the transcendental holy mind of all the Buddhas. So we visualize that all the subtle obscurations completely purified, and eventually everybody becomes enlightened in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig, in the aspect of a Buddha of compassion. So then this is the ultimate guarantee that another pandemic will not happen, will not bother sentient beings. And of course, we're just doing mental training, so we have to be mindful of that. But someday we will actually manage to lead numberless sentient beings all the way to this enlightenment. But now we're training, and we're creating causes for that to happen. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinyas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. So now please spend a few moments to concentrate on this actual purification to happen. Focus that all sentient beings, all your mothers, they're becoming enlightened in the aspect of Chenrezig. Think that all the negative karma, all the sicknesses and so on, all the problems completely pacified. And you yourself, you become completely clear of all the troubles of the world, of all the mental troubles. So focus on this clear aspect of your mind. And think that all sentient beings, they're like small rivers going down into the lakes, going down into the sea, and eventually going down into the great ocean of Dharmakaya, the transcendental holy mind of all the Buddhas, melting together like water into water. So finally, we rejoice that we managed to find some time to put our heart into this practice. We rejoice that we can fulfill the holy wish of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche by doing this practice. We can rejoice that so many Sangha, so many people, thanks to this prayer marathon, they were connected, they were united, without any borders, without any obstacles to get together, thanks to the technology. So think how amazing, how precious, how wonderful. So of course, to make it complete, we dedicate our merit. First, we dedicate for the swift development of body chitta and wisdom realizing emptiness, the two main causes for us to realize the state of Buddhahood. And later we dedicate for the long life and the fulfillment of all the wishes of our teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Ojan Jozen Jorim Boje Ma Kyeba Nam Kye Gyurji Kyeba Nyam Pame Baya Gone Gondo Bewar Jo Toni Davarim Boje Ma Kyeba Nam Kye Gyurji Kyeba Nyam Pame Baya Gone Gondo Bewar Jo Jikten kam der bende malo Palejo Sambeli
Jinor Kadrintu Gyatso
Choizum Gurvele Kontodro Thank you so much.
Whoa, Tashidelek.
Long time no see. Where are you?
Yes, I'm Tek Chok. I'm from Nalanda Monastery, doing the basic program. How amazing, how wonderful, how precious.
Oh, wow. This is great monastery of Nalanda. Yeah, I've heard so many pandits, so many yogis, they come from this monastery.
Well, not this one, the other one.
Well, Nalanda will become historical monastery, you know, sometime in the future.
Yeah, speak to me in the future.
Tomorrow.
Are you well? Are you happy?
Yes. Are you in the schedule?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
How many sessions?
One. Because we have teaching today with Geshe Namdak. Do you remember?
Yeah, 9:30.
Yes.
I'm aspiring to come. First, have some breakfast to have energy.
How wonderful. How wonderful. I rejoice. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Большое спасибо.
Спасибо, спасибо. Мазал тов. Shalom Shabbat.
Shabbat Shalom, yes. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. How absolutely wonderful that you're doing this assistance to the prayerathon. Without you, definitely it would not have happened. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcha from the UK, who is doing the administration of these weekly communal Zoom practices. Thank you very much. And let us develop the motivation for doing this practice. Why are we doing it? We're doing it for. We're including our thoughts. Then as motivation, we will take refuge, because this is a Buddhist practice. So before that, we visualize all sentient beings, humans, animals, including insects, hungry ghosts, hell beings, intermediate state beings, gods, demigods, all sentient beings in human form that are sitting all around you. Feel the presence of all sentient beings. No one is excluded. Think that ultimately we are leading them all to enlightenment. But temporarily, as we are not, or I am not enlightened, I can only wish them to be free from any disease and that the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. And the following visualization, I copied from the from Lama Yeshuism archive. This is a visualization that Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009. And obviously I adopted it a bit. So visualize 1,000-armed Chenrezig. He is white in color, very calm, very serene, peaceful, wise, compassionate. He's dressed like an Indian prince. All the jewels, anklets, bracelets, that they have here, a crown. He has 1,000 arms, hands, and in each one of them there is an eye in the palm. And the hands closer to his body hold implements. He has 11 heads. So visualize this Chenrezig on top of each of hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human being, sura, asura, intimate being, that all are surrounding you and yourself. Nectar beams are emitting from the 1,000-armed Chenrezig. And then they enter into one's body and mind. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. And you should know that if you have a particular sickness, spirit harm, then the cause of those is negative karma and defilements that are collected from a guiltless rebirth up to now, and think they are completely purified with this visualization and recitation. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic, people who are in lockdown, people who are in hospitals, on respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. So the same visualization of nectar beams that are emitting from 1,000-armed Chenrezigs that is about the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings, and then entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm. Constantly purifying with this visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. Make requests to Chenrezig to guide yourself and everybody, your families and all sentient beings. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche said, it is good to remember to visualize your sufferings as extensive as possible. And of course that they are constantly being purified as we chant and recite the mantra. The following I took from the soul practice. The numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras and suras, and the intermediate state being, and all human beings, and especially those who are affected mentally, physically, financially, socially, from the COVID-19 pandemic, from all of whom I receive all past, present, and in the future happiness, are the most precious and most kind ones in my life. I must free them all from their suffering and its causes and bring them to compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must achieve compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. This is of utmost importance. Think like this. For that, I must receive the blessings of the special deity of compassion by reciting the mantra that persuades the holy mind of compassion, Buddhas. For this reason, I'm going to recite the compassion Buddha's mantra. I would like to recite 3 times the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in opposite realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all situations, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. And I would like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness Kyabje Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now I'd like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, innocence, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify being as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yamaha. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, by the power of the keenly dumb protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all their dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second recitation. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Baha spirits, innocence of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kingly Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Third recitation. May all the Buddhas that sadden the mind, may all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Baha spirits, innocent of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kingly Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Fourth recitation. May all the diseases and saddens the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocence of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kingly Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Fifth recitation. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God's spirits, innocence, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kingly Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 6. Recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of 160 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini Dham protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last recitation. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God's spirits, innocence of Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini Dham protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. We can now let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig and dissolve the image into a sphere of light that just absorbs into you and permeates your whole body. And I would like to add to the session some mantras of the Green Tara as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama as a practice we can do to stop the pandemic. So first we request 3 times. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and to clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and to clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and to clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Taritu Taritu So, Om Taritu Taritu So. Om Taritu Taritu So. Okay, I would like to start the dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, without a rhythm, not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising but unbetraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transcendental being never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities and grounds of path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the fourth of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away, even for a second, from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of two stages, as the supreme transcendental wisdom, non-dual bliss and emptiness. May I become like the wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like the wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transitory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all the suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who I am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to be just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samatha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots to virtue with the dedication praise to the best, by the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King to Kappa, way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times by myself and others, may the teachings of victorious one Losang Drapa shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, live in pure view and conduct. This way may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a very long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the spontaneous fulfillment of the wishes, Savior of the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Tukcho Chajin Jam Gelwe, Tenezin Kyom Perwe Kunzado Poze, Choksume Legman Tudru, Padak Sogadoje, Gondo Japten Sho. Please live long. So I think I finished. Who is joining us? I don't know.
Me.
Ah, hello. Welcome.
How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
We meet again here.
Yes. How wonderful.
I think my internet is slow though. I hope it's going to work.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Be well, be happy, be safe and healthy.
Same to you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's begin this new session. My name is Joan and I'm based in Kopan Monastery in Nepal, where right now, today we don't have Wi-Fi, so I'm using the data on my phone. So hopefully the internet will be stable enough to get me through the half hour. One of the problems of living in a third world country. Though I can't complain. It doesn't happen all the time, just sometimes. Okay, so let's begin by generating a good motivation for doing this session. So unfortunately, we can see that we have many more sessions of this practice to go. There's still many places in the world where not only is coronavirus not improving, it's actually getting worse in spite of the rollout of vaccinations. So we have to keep thinking and praying for it to come to an end, and keep following Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice to do this practice and others for the benefit of all the human beings in particular in this world, all the animals who are affected by this disease, but in particular all the human beings affected by the disease. So we can think briefly about the situation in the world as we know it. You can think about your own little world, beginning with your own little world, starting with how it's affected you and your family, your friends, people you know. Really go through different people that you know. Bring them to mind. You can even visualize them and put them seated in front of yourself. And think about what kind of challenges they've faced because of this pandemic. Maybe some of them have been sick. Maybe you've even lost some friends and family. Maybe other people that you know have lost friends and family. Maybe you know somebody who is sick right now. And then, of course, the pandemic's hitting people in many different ways, causing all kinds of different collateral suffering, whether it's fear of losing a job or actually losing a job, fear of how to pay the rent, how to pay the mortgage, how to keep the family going. And then all the different difficulties due to restrictions on meeting people, whether it's not being able to see your family, not being able to go to the places you like to go, not being able to do the things you like to do. So just think briefly for a moment about yourself, how this pandemic has affected you. And then expand that to include people in your family and friends and other people that you know. Just briefly thinking for each one what kind of challenges they're facing. And as you do that, developing compassion for them, wishing that they be free from this suffering, wishing that they may never experience that kind of suffering ever again. We try and do that from the depths of our heart, really feel how wonderful it would be if these people were free from all this suffering.
And then we can expand our thoughts to include more and more people, include the people that you work with, people you go to school with. And then expand that out to your community, your neighborhood, the people in the village, town, or city where you live. The people in the state or province where you live. And as you do that, think that all of them are also experiencing the same kinds of difficulties that you and your family and friends are experiencing. Maybe some of them experiencing much worse suffering. And then we extend our thoughts out to include all the people in our nation and all the people in this world. And we can think of the suffering of different age groups of people, thinking of the children, how it's affected their life, how it's affected their school, their relationships with their classmates and their friends. Even if they're fortunate enough to be able to go to school, maybe they have to wear masks, socially distance. They can't just go visit their friends anymore or see their grandparents and other relatives. We can think of teenagers, how it's affected their life. Usually the teenage years are very social years of our lives. We spend a lot of time with our friends. And think how difficult that is for so many people around the world right now. They might be studying at home, following online classes, just seeing their friends through social media or Zoom calls. Not able to get out of the house like they'd normally like to do. We really try and open our hearts to all these children and all these teenagers, wishing that they soon be free from all this suffering, all these difficulties in their life. Then we can think of all the adults and the different ways in which they're suffering too. Also, maybe not able to go to their workplaces, but having to work from home, which may suit some of them, but may be difficult for others. Not being able to see their family and friends and their parents. And we can think of older people who have to be really careful who they associate with. So many of them remain at home, many of them by themselves or with just one other person. Or they're in old age care facilities where they're worried that whoever takes care of them might make them sick, where they haven't been able to have visitors for months. So we generate compassion for all of them, wishing all of them to be free from their suffering of loneliness, depression, worry, fear, anxiety. So then we can do the motivation together. There's prayer of taking refuge. Really from the depths of our heart, taking refuge in the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, our guides, our sources of help and support. And we go for refuge on behalf of all sentient beings, that all sentient beings may find protection, help, guidance. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Edens, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Edens, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Edens, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can visualize Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. If you've received the appropriate empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of you or above the crown of your head. And you can visualize all those people that you were thinking of before, all those people in your family, your friends, and all the many other people around this world who are suffering from some related aspects of COVID. Visualize them seated in front of you. And above each of their heads is a Chenrezig. And as we recite the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, we visualize the rays of light and nectar flow from the heart and body of Chenrezig down into the person below them, purifying not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, the negative karma and obscurations. So we try and keep this visualization in mind as we recite the mantra. You can chant it slowly or recite it quickly, whatever works best for you. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme h Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami mani pami hunga mani pami hunga mani pami hunga mani hunga mani pami 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 Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami Mani pami hunga 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 So we can visualize that each person sitting in front of us has been completely filled with the light and nectar radiating from Chenrezig. And all their suffering has been washed away, and all their negative karma and obscurations have been purified. And we visualize that the Chenrezig above the crown of their head absorbs into light and melts into them. And that each one of them becomes Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, completely free from all faults and having developed all qualities to perfection. And we think for a moment how wonderful it would be if that were to actually happen, that all beings everywhere were to achieve their fullest potential, the state of highest enlightenment, and be forever free from not only the suffering of COVID, but from every other form of suffering, and to experience the blissful state of omniscience, infinite love, infinite compassion. And then we come back to reality and realize that sentient beings are still suffering, still experiencing samsara, and will go on to do so for a long time unless they purify their minds. So then we do the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to liberate Sakya in Tibet from disease, with the same motivation of Thangtong Gyalpo, that we wish that all sentient beings everywhere be free from all diseases, and in particular from the suffering of COVID-19. So we say a strong prayer that this may happen quickly, and that all these variants that are suddenly flourishing all around the world may come to an end, that the vaccines may reach everyone who wants them, and protecting them from this disease, that all those who are currently sick may recover, find the treatment they need, and recover fully. So we'll say this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassionate gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, we generate strong compassion and also bodhicitta, wishing to achieve full enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings, and wishing that all sentient beings everywhere achieve enlightenment. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think strongly for a moment. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases immediately be eliminated from the face of this world, and in particular, may COVID-19 disappear completely. May no one ever become ill with it ever again. And may all the obstacles to the vaccines reaching everyone around the world be immediately eliminated. May everyone have easy access to the vaccine. May all those who are sick right now already with COVID-19, may they receive the medicines and treatment that they need to recover completely. May they have no long-lasting side effects that would cause them health problems. May they completely recover. So then we do some dedications. So we begin by dedicating for all ourselves and all sentient beings to generate bodhicitta and to realize emptiness. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche has been stressing how when we say this prayer for all sentient beings to develop bodhicitta, that we really mean all sentient beings, every single sentient being in every single realm of existence and in every single universe. Not one is left out, as Rinpoche likes to say. Not one ant is left out. Not one mosquito is left out. Every single sentient being is included. So we just generate a very strong wish that bodhicitta may be generated in our own mind, and it may be generated in the minds, in the hearts of every single sentient being. And here we can include all the members of our family. Rinpoche encourages us to pray for all those who rely on us, all those whose names have been given to us, all those for whom we've promised to pray, that all of them may generate bodhicitta in their hearts. We can generate that all the political leaders in all the different countries in this world may generate bodhicitta in their hearts and dedicate themselves to really being of benefit to the people that they are supposed to be serving. May bodhicitta be generated in the hearts and minds of all those people who are plotting violence, and instead may they turn their minds to helping others and benefiting others. And may the bodhicitta that has already arisen in some fortunate beings' minds increase more and more. And then we dedicate also that all sentient beings everywhere also realize emptiness. Now this too includes every single sentient being in every single realm of existence, without the slightest exception. We pray for the sick using this verse from Bodhisattva Charvatara. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. And then we pray for all those who have died, especially those who died in the last 49 days. In particular, we're dedicating for all those who have died of COVID, but of course we can include sentient beings who have died from other illnesses and injuries. We dedicate they may never ever be reborn in the lower realms, but instead may be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least that they may receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And by pleasing the holy mind of their gurus, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. Then we seal the merits with emptiness, that they may not be destroyed by anger or wrong view. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our precious holy gurus. May they have no obstacles to remaining in this world, to guiding us, teaching us for countless numbers of years to come. And may all their holy wishes be fulfilled. wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for giving us the technical support that we need to make this happen. And hello to Venerable Damcha.
Hello, Venerable Joan. I'm losing the plot. I was sitting out, one of the things that really I always admire is because you do the live typing when Rinpoche teaches, don't you? And it always amazes me, when some of us in the audience struggle sometimes to hear, okay, you have worked with Rinpoche for so long, you probably sort of can also anticipate sometimes what's coming up. But I'm always amazed. So anybody who hasn't seen Joan, Venerable Joan, doing her work with Rinpoche when he's doing live teachings and she's doing all this on-screen typing, it's just amazing. I'm always baffled.
Well,
I never was good at typing. But, thank you very much. That is just, and then sometimes how you can then sort of go back a few paragraphs, do a correction, and jump back forth. I always find this so intriguing. I think even court, typists would struggle to keep up with you. So lovely to see you. And I was listening, and I heard you say, will help my connections to remain stable, because you had no Wi-Fi. So I thought I'd better stay and listen, and just in case. But I had this cooey in the background, and I realized it wasn't anything on my roof. It was a bird outside where you are.
Oh, yeah, we have these you can hear it now.
Yes. I mean, I'm surprised the seagulls are quiet. I told them off one year. I said, if you want to be noisy in the morning, you have to move the roof. So, but it looks like they're quite respectful when we do these prayers in the morning. So, no, lovely to have you here. And thank you
Thank
very
you for all you do for organizing us every week, week after week after week. I think everybody would have driven me crazy by now, but you go on very patiently looking for people.
Well, but as I said to Venerable Cherky and others, it's I have the capacity at the moment to do it. I have the time in my schedule. I think for me it has been a wonderful experience because I only came aboard originally. I said to Tender, I said, I think do you need help somewhere? And it's like, yeah, you can take this. I said, well, so it was a bit of a shock at the beginning, but you all are so busy, you're having, you're with Rinpoche's teachings, the other commitments, and, the other centers have so much to do. So if in that respect, if I can take that little bit, of voice from other people who contribute so much more, on a grander scale. And if it's just for me pinging out a few emails once or twice a week and go like, anybody out there, please sign up, No, it has been really.
A lot of perseverance.
I mean, it's sometimes I think I've worried more at the beginning, when the community was trying to sort of work itself out, when we weren't sort of well connected, maybe people met one another at big teaching sessions, but it involved in travel. But how often do we really, connect with India, with Australia, with the centers in Europe, even in the same country? You know what I mean? It's sometimes very difficult. So in that respect, we were quite lucky that it brought us together. But so for me, it was quite enjoyable, to study. And I like a little bit of problem solving, and but it's been just a wonderful experience. And yes, it had its challenges, but I think now, if there's a gap, you go like, yeah, it will come. Everybody always puts together. Okay, this weekend we had quite a lot of teaching sessions going on. Geshe Namdak teaching, I think. Venerable Gompo was saying Geshe Tashi's teaching, and other areas teachings are going on. So, and that's okay. The centers are open again. It's just wonderful that we can reach public again, that we can do have the direct interaction, which I think is so not knocking online, But I think it's such a different experience to be there when teachings are being,
Oh, for sure.
you know, delivered, you know,
Yeah.
and we do our best. And it's really nice when we sometimes get feedback that people feel so warm and welcomed, you know, to these sessions online. But, you know, and that is great that we can deliver that, you know, through the media. But it's not the same. It's like listening to a record or going to a live concert.
Yeah.
You know, you just
Different
absorb the
experience.
energy of everyone else, enthusiasm.
Yeah.
So no, thank you very much for everything you do. And I know you're on a very busy schedules and you're taking time out, you know, to be here. So it's much appreciated.
I mean, Rinpoche asked us to do it. So
we don't argue. We don't argue with the boss.
No, no.
Otherwise, he says, "Here you go, and do 300,000 of those things." Wonderful, Sean. Let's have love. Look after yourself. See you next week.
you.
Be good. Bye bye. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kyabje. I'm based in the UK. That was wonderful, Sean. And it's thank you for everyone who joined in her session, and if you joined us in previous sessions or staying on, you know, to see some of the other Sangha members do their leads today. It's just really a beautiful experience. This whole thing, and the joy that comes from the Sangha community. And I'm always amazed that, you know, 38 weeks on, while we sometimes have, you know, where people are on retreat, you know, we're sometimes trying to fill a few gaps. The community has always come together. There's always been enthusiasm. And okay, you know, we gained some new members over the weeks and months. You know, some because of other commitments had to step down or could do it not as regular, and that's perfectly all right because it has to be joy. As Venerable Churky said this morning, if you want to make offerings, do them with joy, and you know, I don't feel it's a chore. And I think you as our audience, so to speak, you know, joining us online, if it would feel very sort of contrived, just you would switch off very quickly. You know, there's too much mind-numbing material out there, and it's just wonderful to see you all, you know, and have you all here. You know, when we sometimes see even those of you who have to, you know, take the time out later to maybe look at a recording of these sessions, you know, may always have benefit in what we do, may always feel, you know, at ease, you know, with those prayers, and, you know, realize that we're not just doing that for ourselves, we're doing it really for all beings out there, as Venerable John said, not one excluded. And it's just a wonderful thing that we can provide you with that little safe haven when maybe the times are tough and you need a bit of peace and quiet, need a bit of inspiration, you just want to get your practices. So it's really, really wonderful to have you all here. And, you know, I said it many occasions before, but if you ever reach a point where you really feel, you know, that's quite nice, but I need more, you know, don't make permanent decision on temporary problems. The pandemic, if anything, has shown us that situations can change very, very quickly. You can be rich suddenly, your business stops working because the markets are shut. And you can go from, you know, living in a palace to being near the breadline, and, you know, because your money's tied up in, I don't know, in factories, and, you know, and then you worry about, you know, maybe having to give, you know, what do you do with your employees? You know, some of, you know, everybody who's rich is just a greedy bugger. You know, some of them do that also with thought in their minds about their employees and their employees' families. You know, and some do that really with a good heart. So you know, but it can happen. It can happen very, very quickly, and I'm sure it has happened. You know, when we look at the situations, for example, here in the UK with Brexit, you know, the way a lot of industries are currently really, really struggling because, you know, things maybe weren't quite as well prepared this side of the channel, you know. And but it was just, prepare yourself. But what you prepare yourself for if you're not being given the full facts? So, you know, things can happen. So, but, you know, enjoy whatever there is. Make the most of what you have. If you're sitting in a rain, you know, for the rain to pass and the sun comes out, enjoy the rainbow. If you had, you know, a muddy car and it's raining, it washes the mud off. That's nice. If you have a lovely garden, you want it to be too dry, and then all the plants and the grass, you know, wilt away. So there's good to be had. Kids like jumping in puddles. Dog like drinking things out of puddles. So rain is good. In moderation, of course. We don't want to have a, what was it, a big flood that no one had to face. So enjoy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, always joining us and being so supportive of what we do. And, thank you very much. So if you take a moment just to take a few breaths to settle the mind, especially after all my jabba. So we're in the UK, it's now just gone 8 o'clock. So for the start of the day, we could set the 3 levels of motivation. If you're later in the day, sort of around midday, lunchtime, or afternoon, you can always check against the 3 levels of motivation. How did you do? And then in the evening, before you go to bed, you could reflect on, how have I been throughout the day? Have I completed what I set out to do? Have I been as, kind as I possibly could have been? As beneficial as I could have been to other sentient beings. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. And what do we want from bodhicitta? Bodhicitta, having the compassion for other beings. And while I was waiting to take over from Venerable Joan, I just opened one of the books written by His Holiness, and it happened to open on the page of Tonglen. The exchanging yourself, the giving and receiving. Giving your mats to all those beings so that they may be freed from suffering. And taking from them the suffering that they experience, and we take the suffering upon ourselves so that others may benefit. And why do we do that? We do that for one, to benefit the being, but also to cut through our own self-cherishing. Make us more compassionate. See things through the eyes of others. Accept that suffering is not unique to us. Why should our happiness be any more precious than that of other sentient beings, in whatever form they are? And with that in mind, let's visualize our Guru in the form of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. Light emanating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, filling them with love and compassion and purifying nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions and obstructions of the mind of all past lifetimes. And as we receive the light ourselves, we can feel the benefit. Atom by atom and space between those atoms, the negativity is destroyed and cleared away. And like a heavy burden being lifted from us, allowing us to breathe, stand up again, being able to move freely, having lost that feeling of oppression, all of which we have caused ourselves through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. And we also cause that suffering to others because we spoke about them negatively. We treated them unfairly. We thought of them in angry terms. But because we regret these actions and we're exchanging ourselves with the Guru, we can transform. And by trying to save, not just us from cyclic existence, and seeing the benefits of doing so, we invite all mother sentient beings to do the same. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru smiles upon us with great love and compassion. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying essence of the light nectar intensifying, and more negative karma delusions are being cleansed away. So much so that we begin to glow in the light of the Guru. And we begin to exchange light between ourselves and the Guru and all other sentient beings. Again, recognizing that all the suffering that we have caused for others and ourselves are due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om. And in order to transform our aspects into the aspect of the Holy Guru, body, speech, and mind, again, represented by Om, we need to acquire compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padma, and combine them in Om to be of benefit to all mother sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, purifying away all negative karma and delusions. How we blend in with the light, that is the Guru, and how we become all one mind, one light, one love, one compassion, shining brightly in the darkness of negative karma, to be a beacon of hope for those who are still lost in the darkness, to find their way to salvation. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Money bid me homo, 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 money bid me homo. Having recited the Mani mantra, having taken refuge in the Guru deity, and having changed ourselves with all other sentient beings, becoming one in the aspect of the Guru, we visualize ourselves now as purified. And from that pure state, we will be reciting the main prayer, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, to benefit all other sentient beings. So that may be relieved from all the suffering and its causes. By reciting this prayer, may we burn away all root causes that create suffering, not just for the pandemic, but for all sources of suffering. Although the pandemic has been the inspiration for us to come together and recite these weekly prayers, well, we're not exclusively, focusing on the pandemic, but everything there is. May those who have been sick, be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond, may they be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who suffered hardships through the pandemic and other sources by means of environment and or financial, may they be given whatever resources they require to establish an existence that is free from suffering, so they may be able to take care of themselves and their families and the community at large. So we recite this prayer 3 times, and what we can do while reciting 3 times, we may also consider that for body, speech, and mind, we do 1 recitation each. And, if you want to do more recitation, you could also then consider reciting for the various realms. You can maybe do 3 for each realm, body, speech, and mind for the other sentient beings within those realms. The more the merrier, and if you provide an additional focus to that, which is even better. But for time restraints, we just focus on the initial 3 recitations. Really from the bottom of your heart, visualize while reciting this prayer, all sources of suffering are being burned away. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pity, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pity, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really from the bottom of your heart, with the deepest wish for all sentient beings to be free from suffering. May we recite this prayer one more time. May all diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pity, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Takis, down by protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayers. So visualize that the pandemic, the seeds of the pandemic have been destroyed, and that we, should hopefully see less and less effect of the pandemic. And we just deal with the mopping of whatever is left, on the branches of the fallen tree trunk of the pandemic that has been disconnected from the roots. So if we do our dedications, well, a few minutes left, that's fine. May we dedicate to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May they all be free from suffering and its causes. May they enjoy an existence that only knows happiness. May we be the cause for them to be happy and free from suffering. May we dedicate particularly to our precious gurus and the Sangha community for their kindness in keeping the teachings alive and guiding us, throughout, our journey on the path. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they always be a virtuous friend in all future lifetimes. Due to all these merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, and the number of sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we just got time for the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Holiness first. Gangri Rawe Kube Shinkamdi Penang Deva Maru Jungwene Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Shape Site Badu Thank you Chi Tupzul Shang Xing Yam Gen Gelwe Tenzing Kempel We Kunzu Duk Potse Chuk Song Kewe Lek Mun Tu Dru Fadak Sok Dul Je Gundu Shampen Show. Thank you, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you, everyone who led sessions before me and those who followed after me. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently for the past 38 weeks. And it's so wonderful to see you, Venerable Christina. I haven't seen you in ages. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I was really surprised.
I see you very well. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I started when it was
very
still
cold there in England.
Yeah, it's still nippy. When the sun is out, it can be quite nice. But how did you guess? Bless the Zen for keeping us warm.
Oh, yes. Okay, I saw it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hand over to you. Much love. Take care.
Yeah. Ok. Adesso iniziamo in italiano la sessione di buona energia, di generare buona energia. Diventiamo una macchina che genera buona energia per la guarigione, per la pacificazione non solo della malattia di per sé stessa, ma di tutti i problemi correlati ad essa. E sappiamo che ci sono problemi di scelta di cure, cui vaccino, non vaccino, eccetera, eccetera. Sappiamo che ci sono problemi di di difficoltà per i sanitari, per i medici, per gli infermieri. Sappiamo che c'è tanta sofferenza da parte non solo dei malati, ma dei parenti dei malati. Sappiamo tutte queste, e sappiamo che ci sono conflitti sociali per via che tante ditte sono chiuse, tante realtà economiche non possono funzionare. Ci sono conflitti a tutti i livelli, più o meno controllati, più o meno, ma conflitti oltre al mero problema della malattia di per sé, diciamo così. Dal punto di vista della malattia di per sé, ci sono malattie più gravi, più pesanti e più invasive, soprattutto la malattia della fame. 400 milioni di persone in stato di fame è molto grave. Ma dal punto di vista dei conflitti, questo la pandemia è un terreno generatore di grossi conflitti. Ok, e sappiamo che la malattia di per sé, proprio il modo in cui opera dentro il nostro corpo, è un conflitto un conflitto all'interno del nostro organismo. Cioè, l'organismo reagisce contro le sue stesse difese. È questo che fa il virus dentro di noi quando riesce a trovare spazio. Quindi si tratta di pacificare conflitti. Per questo motivo cominciamo con la principale pratica di praticazione che possa esistere, la presa di rifugio negli esseri che hanno ottenuto la completa liberazione dalle sofferenze, il completo potere di aiutare gli altri, la completa onniscienza rispetto a ciò che è efficace per l'uno o per l'altro degli esseri per potersi liberare dalla sofferenza. Sappiamo che questo è possibile soltanto lavorando su karma e accumulazione di meriti. Sappiamo che questo è possibile solo in questo modo, altrimenti pacificare una sofferenza, per esempio pacificare una pandemia, ma non poter eliminare le cause karmiche che l'hanno prodotta, significa che sorge un'altra sofferenza in forma di nuova pandemia, in forma di qualcos'altro. Quindi la cosa veramente essenziale è purificare completamente il karma negativo di tutti noi e produrre karma positivo. Purificare il karma negativo che ci conduce alla sofferenza e produrre karma positivo che ci conduce alla liberazione. Questo si fa innanzitutto nell'attività di tutti i Buddha, cioè prendendo rifugio. Prendere rifugio non è solo, non so, aprire un ombrello per rifugiarsi dalla pioggia. L'ombrello è un rifugio dalla pioggia, ma prendere rifugio non è solo questo, è essere noi stessi partecipi dell'attività dell'ombrello. Ok, questo è quello che facciamo. Ora poi infatti faremo la presa di rifugio tramite la connessione con una divinità di meditazione, che è una presa di rifugio molto intensa. In ogni caso, prima leggiamola in generale, la presa di rifugio generale, immaginando di essere insieme a tutti gli esseri senzienti che hanno bisogno di liberarsi dalla sofferenza e che tutti possono ricevere le benedizioni degli esseri illuminati in forma di insegnamenti, in forma di energia, in forma di protezione, eccetera. Quindi è vero che siamo tutti gli esseri senzienti nel prendere rifugio, non è solo una fantasia. Poi questa presa di rifugio può prendere forme più o meno religiose o no, non importa, quello non ha nessuna importanza, però tutti gli esseri senzienti desiderano liberarsi dalla sofferenza e desiderano ottenere la felicità e fanno affidamento a chi può dare loro questo, a chi può insegnare loro questo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Ora specifichiamo in che cosa consiste questo rifugio con un'ulteriore recitazione più dettagliata. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, che sono i suoi insegnamenti, e nel Sangha, che è la comunità che li applica. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, nell'assemblea delle divinità meditative, infatti poi specificheremo questo rifugio tra qualche minuto, e nell'assemblea delle Dakini. Le Dakini sono le messaggere che ci mandano lampi di contatto con l'attività dei Buddha, sono messaggere imprevedibili, crepuscolari, dice Sultrimalione, ma comunque insomma che in uno stato di non vera esistenza si presentano a noi per portarci almeno per un istante in una dimensione altra da quella oscurata. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Questo è il rifugio fondamentale, il motivo per cui noi partecipiamo, come vi avevo detto prima, col rifugio noi partecipiamo dell'attività di tutti gli esseri illuminati nel beneficiare gli esseri. Il motivo per cui possiamo farlo è che la natura della nostra mente è la stessa natura di quella dei Buddha, è la stessa natura di quella degli esseri illuminati. È chiara, vuota, conoscitrice, priva di vera esistenza, tale quale la mente dei Buddha. La differenza tra noi e un Buddha è che il Buddha questo l'ha realizzato pienamente, noi no. Noi no, non ancora. Siamo nel sentiero, comunque vogliamo entrare nel sentiero, ma non siamo pienamente consapevoli di questa realtà. Eppure non potremmo prendere rifugio nei Buddha se la natura della nostra mente non fosse sintonica, non fosse connessa a quella dei Buddha. Ok, ripetiamo altre 2 volte questo rifugio così dettagliato. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. In fase di dedica, alla fine di questa mezz'oretta di sessione, rifletteremo più approfonditamente su cosa sia questo Dharmakaya, questa natura di Buddha, corpo di verità del Buddha. Ora, specifichiamo che cosa siano le divinità meditative, perché faremo una presa di rifugio rispetto proprio a questo. Una divinità meditativa è, diciamo così, una allegoria, una rappresentazione di uno degli aspetti, dell'uno o dell'altro degli aspetti di infinita saggezza, potere, amore di tutti i Buddha, cioè per tutti quanti sono i Buddha che sono infiniti, uno dei loro aspetti, per esempio adesso faremo l'aspetto della compassione, è raffigurato in una certa forma. Nel nostro caso è raffigurato nella forma di Buddha Avalokitesvara, Buddha della compassione, Adesso a noi interessa praticare la compassione per le nostre e altrui sofferenze, e sappiamo che l'energia illuminata dei Buddha è efficace tramite la compassione, tramite il volere liberare gli altri dalla sofferenza. Allora, dicevamo, questo Buddha Avalokitesvara della compassione si presenta alla nostra immaginazione in forma di un essere con sembianze umane, anche se non è un essere umano, è la rappresentazione della mente di tutti i Buddha, in forma di un essere con sembianze umane, col corpo bianco, un volto, 2 braccia, seduto nella posizione del loto, nello spazio di fronte a noi, all'altezza della nostra fronte e più o meno a 2 metri di distanza, tanto per farci un'idea di come visualizzare. Questo Buddha della compassione ci guarda tutti quanti con molto amore, con molto compiacimento. C'è una specie di contatto magico, magico forse non è la parola perfetta, c'è un contatto completo tra noi e lui, perché i Buddha sono Buddha e il Buddha della compassione è Buddha, solo per aiutare gli altri, altrimenti non sarebbero Buddha. C'è una specie di compenetrazione. Non è possibile essere Buddha se non per lo scopo di aiutare gli altri. Non è possibile aiutare gli altri perfettamente se non essendo Buddha. Quindi Buddha, diciamo così, è tutt'uno con noi, col nostro desiderio di liberarci dalla sofferenza, quindi è molto felice che noi realizziamo questo, quindi ci guarda con molto amore, c'è una dimensione di pura gioia, di pura compenetrazione, e non guarda solo noi che stiamo facendo questa piccola maratona, per quanto virtuosa e per quanto potente, diciamo così. Guarda tutti gli infiniti esseri con lo stesso amore e tutti gli infiniti esseri lo guardano con amore. Quindi in questa dimensione di pacificazione, di beatitudine, di sicurezza, di entusiasmo per ottenere il suo stato, lo stato del Buddha della compassione, in questa dimensione Buddha emana innumerevoli raggi di luce dai pori del suo corpo, Buddha Avalokitesvara, dai pori del suo bianco, luminoso corpo si emanano raggi di luce laser da ognuno dei suoi pori, vanno a toccare il corpo di ognuno di noi dalla cima del capo. Questa luce entra in noi, ci purifica da tutte le sofferenze, tutto il karma negativo, tutte le malattie, tutti i problemi, e ci dona tutte le qualità positive per sviluppare le capacità del sentiero e ottenere la completa liberazione. Questo lo fa a tutti. Per entrare in connessione ancora più profonda, mentre facciamo questa visualizzazione, recitiamo le sacre parole di Buddha Avalokitesvara, il suo mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Lo recitiamo prima ad alta voce e poi a bassa voce per qualche minuto. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene. Gioiamo per qualche secondo perché non abbiamo abbastanza tempo. Gioiamo di questa pratica incredibile che abbiamo fatto. Rallegriamoci, questo aumenta ulteriormente l'accumulo di meriti. E ora recitiamo come dedica specifica per la pandemia una preghiera composta da un grande Mahasiddha, da un grande praticante, per proprio eliminare un'epidemia che imperversava in un monastero Sakya di scuola tibetana e che non guariva con nessun modo, con nessuna medicina, con nessuna preghiera, niente. Questo grande Mahasiddha compose questa preghiera recitandola, i monaci effettivamente guarirono. E questa preghiera porta ancora con sé l'energia di quella prima efficacia, di quella prima volta, perché è giunta a noi in lignaggio ininterrotto di scritture, perché la scrittura è quella, ora la leggeremo, e realizzazioni. Realizzazioni perché è giunta da maestro a discepolo, da discepolo diventato maestro al suo discepolo, via via, è giunta sempre tramite maestri qualificati che hanno realizzato il potere di questa preghiera. Quindi ora noi la usiamo come dedica per la pratica per la pandemia. Possano tutte le vedete, no? Sullo schermo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e dalle altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la comprensione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte non appena vengono pronunciate. La rileggiamo un'altra volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutta, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore, potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari e supremi, Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso recitiamo le dediche che purtroppo sono in inglese, cioè io ce l'ho solo in inglese perché altrimenti ce l'ho in cartaceo e quindi non le potete vedere, però ve le traduco via via. La dedica è la cosa più importante in ogni pratica, perché anche se facciamo una pratica molto virtuosa, molto potente, molto sincera, molto pura, se non dedichiamo tutto questo magnifico accumulo di meriti per lo scopo dell'ottenimento della nostra capacità di essere di massimo beneficio a tutti gli esseri senzienti, cioè per lo scopo dell'illuminazione, se non la dedichiamo a questo scopo, anche una pratica molto bella, importante, fatta con sincerità, avrà effetti che si disperdono tra le varie conseguenze samsariche positive ma sansariche. Per esempio ci potrebbe dare intelligenza, ma ci potrebbe dare ricchezza come risultato karmico futuro in chissà quale vita, ma si fermerebbe tutto lì. Noi dobbiamo dedicare questo prezioso tesoro che abbiamo appena prodotto, scavato dal terreno della nostra mente, questi diamanti, li dobbiamo mettere a frutto per l'ottenimento della completa illuminazione, e questo non è così facile, non è così semplice capirlo come sembra, perciò adesso faremo delle dediche che ci aiutano a capirlo. Possa la suprema preziosa mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere. Possa quella che è già sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più, in noi e negli altri, si intende. Adesso la dedica fondamentale, perché Buddha si diventa Buddha solo dopo aver realizzato la vacuità. E la vacuità è una cosa complicata, che riguarda anche ciò che non sembra affatto vuoto. Allora, studiamo, diciamo così, questa piccola dedica. Samsara e Nirvana mancano persino di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Questa è la vacuità. Eppure causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili, e questo è l'aspetto convenzionale della vacuità, cioè l'aspetto ultimo e l'aspetto convenzionale. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per realizzare il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui queste due affermazioni, cioè uno, samsara e nirvana mancano persino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e due, causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili, questi due modi di capire la verità sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ok, è un po' tardino. In tutte le mie vite possa io non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara, lo stato del Buddha primordiale. Alcune le dobbiamo tagliare perché è tardi. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io sempre essere usufruito, usato, utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti, proprio come loro vogliono, senza fare resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita, possano gli esseri senzienti tenermi massimamente caro, possa tutto il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. fino a che ogni essere senziente non sarà stato liberato dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensare a me o ricordarmi, così come toccarmi o parlarmi, possano tutti gli esseri senzienti, possano le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti essere istantaneamente pacificate e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di due emanazioni, di due manifestazioni del Buddha della compassione. Una, cioè ce ne sono molte manifestazioni del Buddha della compassione, moltissime in questa vita, perché i Buddha si emanano continuamente solo per il nostro beneficio, in qualunque forma, anche di un gattino, anche, però soprattutto noi riconosciamo le manifestazioni dei maestri qualificati, dei maestri pienamente qualificati, perché danno il Dharma in una forma più completa, sono di beneficio a milioni di esseri. Quindi, e le loro preghiere poi sono estremamente potenti. Quindi ne prendiamo due di queste emanazioni per fare una dedica per la loro lunga vita, perché continuino ad aiutare tutti gli esseri proprio in questo periodo storico, in questi anni. Una è Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, riconosciuto come manifestazione del Buddha della compassione. Tu che sei un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di un'altra emanazione della compassione illuminata, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che non solo ci ha dato indicazioni in questo periodo di pandemia per fare queste preghiere, cioè quindi non solo è di ispirazione immediata per la nostra pratica di pacificazione della pandemia, ma è di ispirazione fondamentale, perché la sua stessa vita è stata finora è sempre stata una maratona assolutamente dedicata. Egli non dorme, non si preoccupa del mangiare, del caldo, del freddo, delle malattie, non si preoccupa di niente, e usa tutti gli istanti della sua vita solo per il beneficio altrui, per fare preghiere, mandare benedizioni, dare aiuto e dare insegnamenti solo per il beneficio altrui. Quindi recitiamo che per una dedica perché egli possa continuare a vivere a lungo e continuare a beneficiarci a lungo. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente sostegno di tutto, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, i tre gioielli Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Grazie, scusa. I'm so sorry, I am 2 minutes late. How are you? Everything right? Okay.
Yeah, everything is okay. And it's not late. It's okay, dear.
Okay. Thank you.
How are you, Christiana?
Yeah, I am fine. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Slowly becomes quickly.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Ciao. Bye, Cristiana. Ciao, Italia. Bueno, pues un saludo a las de habla hispana, venerable Begoña y venerable Fabio, que estáis ya por ahí. Y nada, pues otro día más que tenemos para, por un lado, otro día más o por lo menos una media hora más, si no morimos antes, para practicar pues virtud y y bueno, y cada vez más cerca de la muerte. También hay que comprender eso, ¿no? Me ha gustado lo que comentaba Venerable Cristiana en la dedicación, hablando de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, diciendo que su vida es todo un maratón de acumular continuamente virtud. Y bueno, pues desde luego los que le conocemos, pues sabemos que así es. Es decir, para nosotros es, pues bueno, incluso a nivel internacional hacemos este día de 24 horas de continua recitación de esta práctica, pero es que Rinpoche está las 24 horas de toda su vida continuamente practicando igual. Eso es la vida de un Buda, la vida de un Bodhisattva, y tenemos que estar súper contentos, además apreciar realmente el haber podido entrar en ese mandala, en contacto, porque tenemos un guía seguro y bueno, pues se trata de abrirnos y de dejarnos guiar, de poner en práctica sus instrucciones, y en especial pues ahora en esta época de la pandemia pues seguimos sus consejos de llevar a cabo esta práctica, que bueno, claro que a nosotros nos ayuda a crear virtud, y entre todos pues ayudamos a que esta, como en alguna de las enseñanzas que Rinpoche viene diciendo durante esta temporada, cualquier oración que hagamos, cualquier práctica virtuosa, o cuando recitamos el refugio, está beneficiando a todos y cada uno de los seres de los 6 reinos. Y por supuesto, claro, nos es difícil ver ese alcance, pero en la medida en la que nosotros vamos cambiando, vamos transformando, vamos dejando huellas en nuestra mente, pues por supuesto esto va a tener un reflejo en nuestra interrelación y en lo que podemos aportar a los demás. Entonces, claro que no alcanzamos a ver el ámbito del beneficio de todo esto, pero ahí está. Y por supuesto hay que tener esa confianza plena en lo que dicen los Budas, especialmente la Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ¿ok? Entonces, bueno, si os parece, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio y arrancamos, ¿vale? Muy bien, a ver, voy a preparar la oración. Vamos a ver, un momentico, aquí. Okay. Vale, entonces estamos unos momentos en silencio para generar la motivación. Entonces abramos nuestro corazón a los seres de los diferentes reinos. Podemos empezar por este reino humano, no solamente las personas cercanas a nosotros, sino aquellos que desconocemos o que encontramos en las calles, vemos en las noticias, sabemos de su existencia en los diferentes lugares del mundo, y que ya vemos que realmente el nivel de sufrimiento que algunos están experimentando es intensísimo. Igual que nosotros desean felicidad, el karma les trae el sufrimiento. Y abramos también nuestro corazón a los seres del reino animal. El terrible sufrimiento, miedo que experimentan siendo devorados unos por otros o siendo utilizados para el provecho, pues por ejemplo, el provecho de los humanos. Y el sufrimiento que se experimenta en los diferentes reinos, especialmente en los reinos inferiores, nos cuesta imaginarlo, nos cuesta incluso creerlo, considerarlo. Pero en estos momentos, infinidad de seres padeciendo de hambre y sed, de frío, de calor, de miedo, incluso el sufrimiento de los seres que están en renacimientos superiores, que durante un tiempo solo experimentan el fruto del karma positivo, pero agotándose esos méritos se enfrentan a renacimientos de nuevo en los reinos inferiores y el sufrimiento es atroz. Entre la multitud e infinidad de seres, nosotros el Dharma Mahayana. Hemos encontrado a su santidad el Dalai Lama, a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, estas enseñanzas, a los dioses. Tenemos las herramientas para poder transformar nuestras mentes, abrir nuestro corazón, limpiar oscurecimientos, cultivar virtud y poder desarrollar todo nuestro potencial para poder ayudar y beneficiar a los seres. Asumimos esa responsabilidad. Y no estamos solos. Los gurús y los budas nos guían, especialmente el Buda de la compasión, nuestro maestro manifestado en ese aspecto. Les distinguimos a Guru Chenrezig, ya sea en aspecto de 4 brazos o de 1000 brazos, especialmente siente esa energía de bondad, de compasión, de aceptación, saber que nunca nos va a mirar a otra parte, que va a estar ahí, no importa el tiempo que se requiera, el esfuerzo, va a estar continuamente mirando por ti para ver cómo ayudarte a salir del océano del sufrimiento. Entonces, conscientes de que nuestro padre y hermanos están a nuestra derecha, madre y hermanas a la izquierda, por detrás aquellas personas con las que tenemos más cercanía y por delante aquellas con las que tenemos roces. Y liderando, acompañados por la infinidad de seres, abrimos nuestro corazón a las bendiciones del Buda de la compasión, a las bendiciones del campo de méritos, para que podamos seguir esa senda, superar todos los obstáculos y lograr ese objetivo de poder beneficiar a los seres y para ello lograr la iluminación. Y recitamos el refugio. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, en las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y al recitar el mantra visualizamos que desde nuestro maestro en el aspecto de Guru Rinpoche se irradia esa energía de amor, de compasión, de bondad, de sabiduría en forma de luz que llena todo nuestro ser y inunda, irradia hacia todos y cada uno de los seres, disipando, eliminando todos los oscurecimientos, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y la ignorancia y todas sus manifestaciones, los engaños, los miedos, el karma negativo al que nos han impulsado todos esos oscurecimientos, y especialmente pensamos que en aquellos seres que están ahora afectados por diversas enfermedades, no solamente la del COVID, también los que han perdido su vida o están a punto de perderla, o los que han perdido a seres queridos. Pensamos que también llega a los sanitarios y todos aquellos que trabajan, gobernantes o diferentes estamentos que trabajan para el beneficio de los seres, para erradicar esta pandemia. Imaginamos que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres limpiando todo aquello que es causa para experimentar el sufrimiento. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio y tomar conciencia de esa energía, esa comunión con Guru Chenrezig, que te inunda totalmente de su bondad, de esa energía inspiradora que limpia tus oscurecimientos, y pensar también en todos y cada uno de los seres, especialmente aquellos con los que tenemos una mayor cercanía y que están experimentando dificultades. Pues céntrate en cómo son bañados por la energía de Chenrezig y limpiando totalmente esos oscurecimientos y dificultades.
Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que la energía de Chenrezig, su luz, su amor, su compasión, ha limpiado totalmente nuestros karmas negativos, nuestros oscurecimientos, y que nos ha impregnado de esa energía, y nuestro cuerpo y mente están limpios, purificados totalmente, así como el de todos los seres. Y desde una súplica genuina pedimos a Thangtong Gyalpo, hacemos las oraciones por el poder de su compasión, por el poder también de nuestras buenas intenciones, de nuestra compasión, que puedan cesar todas las circunstancias que hacen sufrir a los seres. Y recitamos la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores
protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Siguiente repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por los 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. La última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus y enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y vamos a ver, no tengo aquí a mano la alabanza de Chenrezig, aquí ya la veo un momentito. Entonces suplicamos a Chenrezig, oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Y de nuevo no me da tiempo a hacer el mantra del Logyoma, pero visualizamos que Guru Chenrezig, una réplica, llega a nuestra coronilla, a todos y cada uno de los seres, se absorbe en nosotros y cualquier traza de negatividad, todos los velos que recubren la naturaleza pura de la mente se disipan y nuestra mente se unifica con la sagrada mente de Guru Chenrezig. Y conscientes de esa unificación, nos proponemos no impedir que se manifieste, sino poder recordarla continuamente y expresarla en nuestros pensamientos, palabras y acciones. Entonces hacemos la dedicación. Venerable Begoña, ¿puedes hacer alguna dedicación?
Bueno, pues dedicamos para el fin de esta pandemia, para que toda la gente, toda España, bueno, el mundo, pero en nuestro caso nosotros, se pueda ser vacunado todo el mundo y entonces pues ya haya la posibilidad de tener una recuperación de la vida normal y de los trabajos y de las empresas que pueden ir abriendo. Y también por los sanitarios que todavía siguen dando de sí todo lo que pueden, y para las personas que han muerto de esta pandemia, que tengan renacimientos humanos perfectos y conozcan el Dharma y maestros Mahayanas.
Muchas gracias. Y venerable Fabio.
Hola, buenos días. Pues dedicamos por nuestros centros para que no se vean afectados por esta pandemia que ya se prolonga mucho y para que podamos ir muy pronto a las enseñanzas de manera presencial de nuestros maestros.
Venga, a ver si entre todos lo logramos.
Vamos.
Bueno, pues venga, que la preciosísima mente de la bodhisattva que no ha nacido pueda surgir y crecer sin nunca deteriorarse, sino aumentar más y más. Que podamos lograr el estado de Guru Chenrezig y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Entonces recordemos lo importante que es y lo magnífico que tener a estos Budas, como su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche y los diferentes maestros entre nosotros. Entonces, dedicamos para sus largas vidas, porque sin ellos estaríamos totalmente perdidos. En la tierra rodeada, en este mundo y en todos los universos, en la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad, poderoso Chenrezig Yaso, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Dedicamos también para que tanto los centros de la FPMT como cualquier otro centro o organización que ayuda a los seres tengamos siempre todas las condiciones propicias a nivel material, humano y espiritual para seguir ofreciendo el Dharma y seguir ayudando a los seres. Muchas gracias. Un saludo a todos los de habla hispana. Thank you, Chenrezig. I don't know if it's team around, but thank you for your effort. Y bueno, pues ahora parece... estaba también Drolma por ahí, como no la hemos visto, pues he podido dar paso a la...
Es que estoy haciéndolo con datos en otro móvil y no me toma el video.
Bueno, por eso no te he dado paso a la dedicación, disculpa. Bueno, pues ahora está por ahí venerable Sara circunvalando Bodhanath, cosa que es bastante interesante. Y no sé a quién le toca. A ver, ¿alguien sabe?
Quizá Dancho. Dancho.
¿Le toca a Dancho, tú crees, Fabio?
No. You're having Venerable Sarah. Okay. Venerable Sarah is joining, taking over. Lovely to see you all, though.
Hello, thank you.
Much love.
I have to leave because I have another Zoom meeting right now.
That's all right. I'm sure Sarah's here. I'm sure I've seen her little picture in the background.
Fabio have a course also, ¿verdad, Fabio? Tú tienes un curso ahora, ¿no?
Yes.
Bueno, Begoñita, pues muchas gracias a todos. Saben mal irme sin que haya cogido el relevo ¿cómo se llama? Sara, pero es que tengo una reunión justo ahora. Ya llego tarde. A ver. Anyway. Sorry, Dancho, I have to leave anyway. Okay?
Mírala, ahí está.
Yeah, finally she arrived to Maitreya. It's very interesting.
Te he metido en la Maitreya, qué maravilla.
Sí. Anyway, chao, bye bye.
Dios, gracias, Paloma.
Espero que pueda.
Venerable Sarah, are you there?
Looks she's there.
She looks like she's the tour. I think they have, from what I could hear earlier from Venerable Joan and everyone, they have a little bit of a storm front over India and Nepal. So I see the picture moving. Venerable Sarah.
It's nice. She's doing a tour for...
Yeah, she's already setting everything up. Look at that. A lovely Chenrezig. How are you, Fabio? You keeping well?
Yeah, very nice. You?
It's not bad. You know, it's really funny when you sort of do your stuff and you realize the sun is out and you go like, oh, when did that happen? Sarah, you're on mute. Hello.
Good morning from the land of the Buddhas.
Oh, bless you.
Nice.
Anyway, we hand over to you, dear.
Yeah, you go and get some rest.
I am resting. I am resting. I'm watching the.
Oh, we've got a Nyingma practitioner here. Always the mind is in rest. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to perch myself down here.
Yeah.
To start off with, and it's a nice sunny day today.
The sky looks
so
better.
If you know Boda, then right now I am sitting outside the Sakigomba. So I just went into the Sakigomba and you saw that big Maitreya Buddha. No worry. Yeah. So this is where my friend, this one, he's an ex-Chinese monk actually. So he spent hours and hours every day doing practice and offerings. Okay, so it's a nice sunny day to set the scene, and the stupa is absolutely packed. We've had dreadful pollution, and the COVID levels are shooting up. So what does everybody do? They come to the stupa and gather. Well, I mean, what would you do? Stay at home and sleep? Stop eating? I mean, what would you do? You come to the stupa and you purify and you accumulate merit, right? And you pray, because we're Buddhists. Yeah. So in one way, I mean, it's incredibly inspiring. I just never see so many people at the stupa. But another way, it's quite shocking because you never see so many people at the stupa. Today's a Saturday, and you would expect people to be having a break or a holiday or a rest. Well, you know, they are just so happy to be here at the stupa. This is their idea of resting. Like Venerable Damcha's idea of resting is watching the prayerathon or leading it. So these people who have massive amounts of virtue, it's very interesting. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, let me see. Anyway, yeah. So just seeing, hearing, touching, thinking about this stupa, of course, is mind-blowing, because the stupa itself is the Dharmakaya holy mind of all the Buddhas, and it is blessed, so that anyone who sees it or thinks about it or touches it or walks around it or has devotion towards it or makes prayers here, they will be fulfilled. On top of that, of course, you know, we have the great masters here, like Rinpoche, who comes down very often to Circumambulate and always dedicates, when he finishes, again, re-establishing the blessing in this stupa. So no doubt in my mind that this stupa is the embodiment of the holy mind of all the Buddhas, that it's the enlightened activity of all the Buddhas. So it makes sense for me to come here when I'm leading leading and just reading out, making some feeble attempt at practicing the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. I cannot say that Thangtong Gyalpo came here. I don't know. I need to check. I'll ask my friend who read biography. But of course, you know, the emanation of one emanation of Thangtong Gyalpo was Gomchen Rinpoche, Gomchen Kampala, Harry's guru, who came to Kopan and lived in Kumbu. He was a great healer. Definitely, he came here many times. Wouldn't be surprised if Thangtong Gyalpo didn't come here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by reciting the motivation for doing the practice. Let me just get the camera in a good place. Okay, you all can see the stupa? And you can see many sentient beings circumambulating the stupa. So I always feel that those who circumambulate the stupa, those who pray to the stupa, they're all part of the stupa because we're all part of the enlightened activity of all the Buddhas. So that makes us also now part of the enlightened activity of all the Buddhas in the form of the stupa. And this morning I did get a message from Francis in Nepal, and she told me, gave me several names. She gave me a name yesterday, people who have COVID in India, you know, Rinpoche, even the national coordinator, Kabir's uncle. So there is a massive spread in India right now, as well as Brazil. So particularly remembering those countries and remembering everyone who's currently suffering from COVID, those who have COVID, those who have had COVID, and those who will get COVID. Hopefully these prayers can help to mitigate that, so less people will get the COVID, and that those who have it will get through it. And for those who passed away, dedicate these prayers for them to have a better rebirth. And then, of course, there are just so many people suffering economically because of the COVID, which is a very, very sad situation also. And that's particularly evident here in Nepal, where the hotels are shut down, restaurants are shut down, shops are shut down. So it's another aspect of the karma of this COVID situation. I didn't bring the motivation with me. Okay, well, I didn't bring the motivation with me, so okay, so I can't do it. Oh, that's an interesting situation. Okay, so we're just going to, yeah, like that, have that motivation. Remembering, so as Rinpoche was saying in the recent videos, I was talking about any friend who served for 28 years, and he was saying, serving me is serving every single being, every single living being, every single universe, whether small or big, whether you like them, whether you dislike them, whether they help you, whether they harm you, serving every single one of them. So serving Rinpoche, following Rinpoche's instructions, and this is serving Rinpoche now because of Rinpoche's instructions. So doing that is serving all sentient beings. Can you just confirm you can hear me? Can someone confirm they can hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, okay?
I can hear you all right.
Okay, thanks. Because my speaker doesn't seem to be working. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Go back to sleep.
No, it's too bright now. Don't waste a day.
Yeah, well, seriously, we never know. You know, we think we're doing these prayers for other people who have COVID, and then we never know. Go to sleep, wake up in the morning with a terrible fever, and then it gets worse and worse, and then that's us. So we never know. We never know, living on borrowed time. What we do know is that, you know, that it's not going to get any better from now on, because we're just only going to get older. So if we already have difficulty practicing, it's not going to get any easier. It's only going to get more difficult as we get older, as we go towards death. So serving Rinpoche is serving every single living being. So reciting this prayer then, remembering Rinpoche's enormous, unimaginable, unfathomable intent and motivation, and just getting into that slipstream and being carried along by it. And however limited I am, but by supporting these great holy enlightened beings who have no limitations whatsoever, whose compassion has no limits, whose effort has no limits, whose ability to benefit has no limits, and getting into that slipstream and then trying to just hold on for dear life. So in that way, may every single mantra, every single prayer that is done, may it be the greatest benefit to every single living sentient being, and those who passed away, those in Vados, every single sentient being, just as Rinpoche wishes and intends. So I'll do a bit of cheating there and just try and get into Rinpoche's slipstream. And then visualizing the stupa, can just keep it as a stupa. I mean, it is a manifestation of all the Buddhism enlightened activity, or their compassion, or their wisdom, and so forth. Or you can imagine that the essence of stupa is emptiness, absorbs into emptiness, and then arises in the form of Chenrezig, holding the two hands at the heart with the wish fulfilling jewels symbolizing all sentient beings, and then the right one holding the crystal mala. The man needs to recite the mantra, and the left holding the white lotus. No, China, this is for offering, puja. Oh, no, China. This puja, not selling. This was done here, so she wants to buy water. Like I'm a shop, I'm not a shop. Well, it's a bit hard to say no, but this offering was this water was bought for the offering, so it's not really my position to someone they can take the water, right? Difficult situation. What would you have done, Venerable Damcha? Well, it's difficult. It's piled up here with offerings for the Buddha, right? And I'm sure the Buddha would like her to have water. Yes. But the offerings were not bought by me. They were bought by Damcha, who hasn't arrived yet, for the Buddha. So I can't exactly take it and give it to her.
That's true.
You know, it's difficult, right?
It's finding the balance. You know,
yeah,
at the end of the day, we offer the essence, don't we? But yes, as you said, it's not used to give.
It's not mine to give. And then, I mean, if my Nepali had been better, I would have explained to her where to go and get the water, because she was speaking Nepali. But my Nepali is not the most eloquent or the most vast.
I'm sure you will pick it up.
Well, my Nepali teacher, Sengi Dharma, is not here. So when she comes down, hopefully I'll learn more.
Oh, bless you.
Although her English is now better than my English at 6 years old. Yeah. Okay. Right. So continuing on with the stupa in the form of Chenrezig, but with the awareness that it's in reality, it's the holy Dhammakaya mind, the omniscient holy mind of all the Buddhas, which of course also manifests in ordinary forms as our gurus to guide us. There's no difference. And then surrounding us, all sentient beings. So you can have to your left your mother of this life, whether you're alive or not, and then your father on the right, and then in front, all the people who really wind you up, difficult people in your life, and put them right in front, people that you would rather not even see or think about. And then behind, all your friends and loved ones, those that you like to spend your time thinking about. And then around all the numbers of sentient beings, and whatever realm they may be in now, but you have to visualize them in human form, so they can be sitting and their palms together with devotion and faith, and then you can think that you're leading them in taking refuge. And why do we take refuge? For fear of the lower realms, fear of suffering, fear of the continuous suffering, and faith that Buddha Dhamma Sangha can help us. Fear of being trapped continuously in cyclic resistance, even if we get born in higher realms, still constantly experiencing various different kinds of suffering, born rushing towards death, experiencing all the various different sufferings, birth, sickness, old age, uncertainty, and no satisfaction, and meeting with what we don't want, never finding what we do want, all these things, and then dying, and again being reborn, so endlessly. There's no end to that. So fear of being stuck in that situation, understanding right now we have an opportunity to do something about it, which is so incredibly rare, and faith that Buddha Dhamma Sangha can guide. And then, of course, the main one is understanding that not just ourselves are being in this situation constantly, continually lifetime after lifetime suffering in the lower realms or even in the higher realms, but all sentient beings have been experiencing that since beginningless time. So we cannot see a beginning to the suffering of each sentient being. And no matter what they're suffering now, they've suffered it numberless times before. And we have suffered, no matter what suffering it is, no matter how unspeakable or unbearable it is, we have also suffered that numberless times. So that's unbearable. And there's no way of knowing when it will end. There won't be an end until we put an end to it. So that's unbearable. But now you have to put that onto every other living being. There's no beginning to the suffering they've experienced. There's no end to the suffering they will experience until they put an end to it. So who is going to help them? Who can help them? Buddha Sangha. And if we are able to achieve that state of full enlightenment, then we too can be of greatest benefit to others. So we must do that. It's just not a choice. It's not like there is an opt-out anywhere. We have to do that. That's why we're born this time. That's why all these conditions come together this time. That's why we've met pure Mahayana gurus. That is why we eat and breathe and sleep and have all the opportunities that we have. It has to be with that goal. We can't settle for anything less. The sentient beings need us, they depend upon us. You know, they themselves, most of the wisdom's eyes completely closed. They haven't met the gurus, they don't have perfect believers. They have no idea at all. In fact, they're totally invested in the opposites of the causes of happiness. They're totally invested and caught up in the causes, creating the causes for suffering. So I mean, it's just you don't have to think too much about it really. There's nothing else to do. And who can help us achieve the state of full enlightenment? Well, we have all the potential. We have the Buddha nature. But what we need is help from external Buddha Sangha in order to actualize and realize our own inner Buddha Sangha. And so therefore we in all sentient beings are the same. We're just the same, absolutely the same. All now going to take refuge in Buddha Dhamma Sangha, Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig. So don't think that Chenrezig is anything other than Swami's Dalai Lotus of Rinpoche, our gurus. So think that all sentient beings reciting with you. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now think that Guru Buddha in front, extremely pleased, and you can imagine that numberless infinite light rays descend from Guru Chenrezig, every pore of the holy body, infinite beams of light. On the tip of each beam of light is Chenrezig, comes to the crown of every single sentient being. And particularly think of those who are experiencing the suffering of COVID. They have COVID now, they're in the body, economic difficulties, all these things. But don't miss out one single sentient being. So this is effortlessly, spontaneously, the infinite beams of light come and bring a small Chenrezig to crown every single sentient being. As we recite the mantra, we think all these Chenrezigs are reciting the mantra And the nectars are continuously coming from the stupa, from the Chenrezig, and they're purifying every single sentient being, not one left out. And the sound of the mantra is just roaring through the whole of space. And all the sufferings, not just the sickness of COVID, all sicknesses, all sufferings, the cause of suffering is spirit. And delusions, obscurations, everything is totally and completely purified. So normally I do the chorus, but today I decided not to do the chorus so that you can just focus undistractedly on the stupa. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Om Mani Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani. Oh, China. No, China. Zoom. This Zoom. International. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. This, I don't know if you saw that, but the monk wanted to offer me some money. Did you see when Madame Tree gone to sleep?
No, I'm here. No.
The monk,
God,
the
I don't
monk wanted to give me an
I don't know
offering.
what state you're in, Venerable, but you
Well,
know,
this
so they're
is
coming
me.
to you,
Can
go
you
like,
see me?
"Huh, oh look, yes, oh you poor thing."
Aren't I cute? Aren't I cute? Who else
Anyway.
is watching? Aren't I cute?
Ah, yeah, you
Look,
got
here I
well.
am.
Who got you?
In
Got
my prayer wheel.
oh,
It's
bless you.
sunny, so I've got to have my glasses on. Aren't I cute? I'm sitting
Yes.
here, and Buddha is behind me. My tray of Buddha is behind me, and Buddha of Great Compassion. And of course, in the crown of my tray of Buddha is there is Shakyamuni Buddha's tooth relic.
Yeah. Oh,
And
wonderful.
aren't I cute with my prayer
Yes.
wheel? And I'm
Let's
chanting Om
do
Mani
spin
Padme
together.
And look at
Let's
all the
spin.
people. I can make a fortune, no?
Yes, you could.
My new profession.
Yes.
Happened before when I was sitting here taking care of things for Demcha, because he makes offerings for hours and hours every day. Hours and
Yes.
hours he makes and sends offerings here. Happened to me before. I was sitting here taking care of his things, and somebody offered me money, and I said, "Don't give me money." And the man said, "No, have some chai, So that monk wanted to give me 100 rupees, which is quite good, yeah. They would have
Yes.
bought me a chai.
There you
They
go.
would have bought me 4 chives. I said no. I said no. I'm doing international Zoom. Don't give me any money. Just feel compassion for me. Just
Oh,
rejoice.
bless. You know, you need one of those cash points where they just go ping with the card down,
ATM.
you
Oh,
know?
I should sit next to an ATM. Yes. Oh no, pay. I can do Apple Pay. You know.
Oh, bless you.
I'll tell him, no, just do Apple Pay. Don't no. Anyway, this is a cash society, so you can't do
Yeah.
anything with the. You need the money. But that was kind of cute, right?
Yes.
Anyway,
Oh,
I
excellent.
said no.
Oh, bless.
I said no. I said no. Please don't. It was going to give me some. I said no. Please don't. Okay. So can you guys see the stupa? Much more interesting than me.
We can. And you had some wonderful feedback on YouTube. I know that while you're on the phone, you don't get to see what's happening on YouTube.
Yeah.
So
Oh no, I've got no time. Yeah. Oh.
People are really happy to see the stupa, that you do the courtesy and sit there, and even if you can't go around at the moment, but the feedback was nice that you're making the effort, showing us the stupa live. So you're roving Dharma reporting.
Seeing this stupa is there's just so much benefit. I mean, it's inconceivable merit just seeing this, because every time you see this stupa, it plants the cause for enlightenment. So it's really powerful. So when I walk around it, you don't see the stupa so much.
Yeah.
And I was going to bring my iPad to get a better picture, but unfortunately the battery was run down. So there you go.
No worries.
So there you go. Great. I'm glad people are happy to see the stupa. I never get tired of seeing the stupa myself. I'm trying to get a better picture for you. Can you just tell me what time it is?
Yes, it is. Hold on. It's 10:05 over here. So you're 4.5 ahead. So it's coming up about just after 2:30 your end.
2:30. So I have
another 25 minutes.
Oh, 25 minutes. Fine. Well, we're fine. So we're just going to keep going.
Yeah, and then you hand over to Venerable Pauldron.
Then I hand over to Pauldron. Then I take it back again.
Yeah, and you take over from Michael.
Because you had about 13, right? You did about 13.
No, don't be daft.
No?
I know my limitations.
You're down for your usual 8 and no sleeping.
Oh well, you sleep in between.
Yeah.
Lama Zopa does sleep far less than me. So there's still scope to improve on my part.
Okay, well, I can't argue with that. Okay, so I think I've got a good view of the stupa. Yeah, you can see everybody, all the kids, everyone. And so again, the light rays streaming from the stupa in the form of either in the form of the stupa will be fine, because the stupa is when you see the stupa, you see all the Buddhas. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's in all the scriptures. There's absolutely no doubt. The great masters say that too. When you see the stupa, you see all the Buddhas. I mean, it is all the Buddhas taking the form of the stupa. It's not an ordinary object. There's no doubt about that. I can't wait for you to come, actually, Venerable Damsha. Okay, so anyway, the essence is Root Guru, and inseparable from Chenrezig, limitless compassion for every single being, and then the nectars and light rays coming, and then on the tip of each light ray, infinite beams of light is the small Chenrezig. And then the infinite nectars and light rays descending down and purifying all the sicknesses. And so let's just think now that all the sickness and all the cause of sickness have been eliminated. And now let's think that all these nectars and light rays become golden, and they bring all the qualities of Chenrezig into the hearts and minds of every single living being. When we continue reciting. Om Mani Padme Hum. So I think all sentient beings are also chanting this with great devotion to Chenrezig, and Chenrezig is inseparable from the Root Guru. Has to be the Root Guru. Cannot. There's no Chenrezig other than the Guru. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. I think that monk was a manifestation of Venerable Damsha. That's exactly what Damsha would have done if he'd been walking around the steeple and he saw a Western nun with a prayer wheel chanting. Oh, he would have said, "Here, love, go and get yourself a cup of tea."
Would he have said that?
Yeah. Maybe not, because he would have said, "Get yourself a cup of coffee." Because my phone fell down when I said that. He said, "Oh yeah, here, love, go and get yourself a nice cuppa."
And a nice croissant to go with it.
Yes, I know my Venerable Damsha. Hang on a minute. Oops. Phone fell down, so that wasn't. So you wouldn't have said tea. You would have said coffee. Yeah, okay. Cappuccino. Ein Kaffee, bitte schön. Mit Sahne.
Ja, Kaffee und Kuchen.
Oh, Kaffee und Kuchen, ja. Was gibt es sonst in dieser Welt? Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme. So now let's think that the nectars and light rays from Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, front in the form of stupa, and then above the crown of every single living being, completely purified all suffering and causes sufferings. And in addition to that, has brought all the blessings and qualities. So every single quality of Buddha's holy body combined into your all-centered beings. And now think they all transform into Chenrezig and you all recite the mantra. So now think that the whole space is filled with an infinite number of Chenrezig reciting the mantra. Everything becomes completely pure, everything becomes Chenrezig's pure land. And the sound of the mantra is deafening, filling the whole space. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Everyone you see is Chenrezig. Every sound you hear is Mani Padme Hum, Swami Chenrezig's mantra, Mani Padme Hum, which is the form of Chenrezig in syllables, the sound, and all thoughts of Chenrezig form. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani all forms are Chenrezig holy form. Everybody, all sounds are the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, Chenrezig holy speech. Om Mani Padme Hum, Chenrezig from several sound. And all thoughts and Chenrezig holy mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. The omniscient holy mind, that is everything. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. The whole, everywhere becomes Chenrezig Trinity. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. You can also think that in the stupa, if you can see, there's inlets, kind of alcoves, and every one of those prayer wheels. And then in the four directions there are prayer wheels, and behind me is a huge prayer wheel, and all around the prayer wheels. And you can think all these prayer wheels, which are all filled with Om Mani Padme Hum, are all spinning and sending out the blessings into the whole world as well. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. There's nothing but Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani bami om, 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 mani bami om. Om mani bami om, 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 mani bami om. Mani bami om, mani bami om, mani bami om, mani bami om, mani all forms of music, all sounds are sounds of mantra, all thoughts are Chenrezig Hanuman. Om mani bami om, mani bami om, mani bami om. Every single prayer around this world is spinning, and the energy of all the Chenrezig Holy Mantra is vibrating everywhere. Om mani bami om, 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 mani bami om. Mani bami om, 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 mani bami om.
Just to let you know, you've got 8 minutes left.
Yes, I just finished the mantra, and so now we'll do the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, but like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, to not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the Antetas and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the Antetas and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's result. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the Antetas and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'm not going to do extensive dedications because I've got one more session coming up in after an hour, I think. Yeah. Hi, Dansha. Yeah, this is Dansha. I was here 1 hour.
Yes, yes.
Egg bhaji, yeah. Okay. So let's just dedicate with. Is it? Have I finished my time already? Hello, Venerable Padre.
You got
Have
3
I
minutes.
finished my? Oh, 3 minutes. What am I going to do? Oh my God, 3 minutes. Oh.
You can have a word with
what am I gonna do?
Paldrin.
Okay, now I'm gonna do compassion. So due to all this merits accumulated, may the precious divine thought of enlightenment, which is the cause of all success and happiness, myself and all living beings, immediately be generated in my mind and the minds of all sentient beings. Wherever it has been generated, may it not decline but increase more and more. And due to all his infinite merits, which could empty this from its own side, may the I, which could empty this from its own side, quickly achieve a state of fundamental, which could empty this from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who completely empty this from their own side. By myself alone, is completely empty this from its own side. Okay, and then may These merits be the cause for His Holiness, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, and all our gurus have long lives, all the holy wishes to be fulfilled, all the students to be only most pleasing to the Guru, to fulfill all their advice immediately, and for all the students, Sangha, and benefactors to be able to come, and also to be able to complete all the stages of the path in this very lifetime as quickly as possible. Is that it, Damcha?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
well done.
if
Okay,
Padron is happy.
well done. Are you ready, Venerable Padron? Yes. Okay. Take it away. So I'm coming back in an hour's time, so I think I'll do more dedications then. That's right, Venerable Damcha, right? In 1 hour or half an hour?
Yeah, let's have a look. Yes,
1 hour.
Padron, then you got Tenzin Michael, then Michael, and then
Yeah.
you take over from him. Yeah, an hour's time.
Yeah, I've got an hour's break now. Okay,
Yeah.
so take care.
Let them have cake.
Yeah, let them eat cake.
Bye.
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 So am I on? So welcome everybody to the next session of the wider speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. I'm Tenzin Palden and I'm at Tushita Dharamsala. We have a rainy, cold day today, but again, very, very fortunate to be in a condition where we can do this prayer with the rest of the Sangha around the world, while many parts of India are actually shutting down again and overwhelmed with the number of COVID cases that are emerging, including people with vaccinations who are actually also getting the COVID virus. So it seems like things are getting worse, and so I feel very fortunate to be part of this worldwide Sangha reciting this prayer to fulfill Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes for this pandemic to end, or at least to stop multiplying, and for the vaccination to be able to reach as many people as possible, and for people to really wake up and take this seriously and to take all the precautions that are necessary. So we are doing this prayer for the benefit of all sentient beings. So let's just take a few moments to settle our body and mind, and let's just focus on our breath. You can breathe in and breathe out and count that as one. And as Mingyur Rinpoche reminds us, it is really the awareness of the breath and knowing that you are breathing that's more important than simply focusing on the breath. So let's just take a few minutes to become aware of our breath. And if thoughts arise, just let them go and simply focus or bring your awareness to your next breath. And now from this quiet, spacious, open space, let's take a few minutes to focus on the refuge field. We bring up Thousand Down Avalokiteshvara, who is none other than our Guru, standing on a lotus and moon cushion, beautifully bedecked with jewelry and radiant silks, with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, and looking at us, each one of us, with great love and compassion. So imagine he is the embodiment of love and compassion. And around us are all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And together they emanate wisdom, compassion, and skillful means. And they are looking at each one of us with great love and compassion. So next to us on our left-hand side is our mother and all sentient beings in the female form. And on our right side is our father and all sentient beings in the male form. For as far as I can see. So we are including each and every sentient being in the hell realms, hungry ghost, animal, human, deva, and asura, all the realms, as far as I can see. And just take a few minutes to feel Guru Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of the compassion, of the great love and compassion and wisdom of all the Buddhas, looking at us, and pouring down his love and compassion on all of us in spite of all the craziness and the madness that's going around this world, and in spite of what each one of us is doing. And so we are doing this practice, remember, not just to remove the pandemic, but also the causes of the pandemic, which of course are our mental defilements, which is the afflictive and the cognitive obscurations which we have to completely eliminate. The basis of which is our self-cherishing, self-grasping ego. And so unless we remove these causes, then the illnesses or the sicknesses or all the ills of the samsaric world don't just disappear. So we are doing this practice to remove the causes, that sense of I that we all so strongly have and we cherish. That is the root cause. Solidifying that self and grasping onto it and making it real, and then on the basis of that having all these afflictions of anger and attachment and fear and anxiety and creating so much ill and suffering. So that is what we are looking to eliminate and overcome as much as possible and completely if possible at the very root, so that we can eliminate all the sufferings. So with that in mind, then let's recite the motivation, and hopefully all of you have a copy of the prayer which you can download on YouTube. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of the Gurus, Yidams, and Bhaktinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bhaktinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bhaktinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now again, remember, Guru Avalokiteshvara is standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, looking at us with great love and compassion. So imagine now from the crown of his head pours down this pure, brilliant white light into the crowns of our head, completely purifying all the negativities of our body. All the negativities that we created as a result of killing or any forms of killing, any sentient being, including insects and worms and anything else, snails or slugs or earthworms, any stealing, anything that we took away that really did not belong to us because of our own attachments and aversions. And then any sexual misconduct that we engaged in. So imagine this white light coming out and completely purifying all those negativities. And imagine that these negativities come out as dirty laundry water from our feet. So let's do a round, the mala round of Om Mani Padme Hum, and we'll start by reciting loudly and then recite it softly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So visualize that all the negativities of our body have been completely purified and they have come out as dirty laundry water through our feet, and our bodies are filled with this radiant, blissful light. So just take a few minutes to actually visualize that this has happened and to forgive yourself for any of these negativities you have committed through your body, and to really feel that blissful, white, peaceful light. Next, we visualize from Guru Avlokiteshwara's throat comes out this brilliant red light pouring into our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. All the people we have hurt through our speech, harsh words, divisive speech, the anger that was expressed in these harsh words and divisive speech, or through lying in order to get our own way. And idle gossip, simply meaningless chatter by which we waste so much of our time. And sometimes malicious gossip, turning one against the other and dividing. So imagine that this beautiful red light completely purifies all the negativity of our speech. And all of the impurities come out like dirty laundry water through our feet. And our throats are filled with this beautiful, radiant red light. And our speech is turned into the compassionate, wise, skillful speech of the Buddhas. So again, we'll recite together loudly, and then recite a couple of Mala Ransa. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And now visualize from Guru Avalokiteshvara's mind comes out this brilliant blue-green light and pours into our hearts and minds, completely purifying all our afflictions, attachments, aversions, all forms of desire, all forms of anger and hatred and malice, and at the basis of which is this self-grasping ignorance, the root cause of samsara, the root cause of all our miseries. And the close cousin of the self-grasping ego, which is our self-cherishing ego. And together these two demons create so much havoc. So visualize that this light completely purifies all those negativities. And all of it comes out like dirty laundry water. And we are filled with this blissful, radiant, blue-green light. Wise, compassionate, loving, skillful heart. So again, we recite loudly together, and then we will do a few more rounds. And again, imagine that we have actually completely come out and purified as dirty laundry water from your feet. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So when you pay me, just take a few minutes to actually feel that all your negativities of your body, speech, and mind have been completely clarified. And they have been transformed into the pure body, speech, and mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us. And this has happened for all the sentient beings all around us, in all the 6 planets. And now visualize from Guru Avalokiteshvara's heart, a small replica emerges and comes to the crown of our head and dissolves into us, and again completely transforms us into little Avalokiteshvaras all around this world and this universe and all the universes around us. And it also transforms all the pains and the defilements of our planet, Mother Earth, and of all the planets around us, so that she is also fully restored to her pure form. So it's transformed into a celestial mansion, and that we are in a pure land, where all beings are living in peace and harmony, and treating each other with wisdom and compassion and skillful ways. So again, we recite together. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So visualize millions and zillions of little Avalokiteshvaras coming out from Guru Avalokiteshvara into each one of our crowns all over the world and the universe, and transforming us into little Avalokiteshvaras. It's transforming all beings, including beings you have difficulty with, or you may consider your enemy, or you consider challenging. Each and every sentient being has been transformed into the level of Krishna. And this is possible because we all have the Buddha nature within us. We have the seed of love and compassion and wisdom. And what we have to do is nurture and nourish the seed, and it is possible to transform them into the full form of a Buddha. So again, just take a few minutes to feel like this transformation has happened for all sentient beings all around the world, and including for our beautiful Mother Earth being transformed into a celestial mansion. And we are at peace with our environment, taking care of all beings, all the sentient beings, all the animals, all the oceans, and living in peace and harmony. And now, since we realize that the reality is that this has not yet manifested, we do the actual prayer, given that there is so much sickness and suffering going around. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Tattvas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the lands of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Tattvas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Tattvas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so we end by the dedication verses recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. To actualize Bodhicitta. Changchu Senchu Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Kyuchi, Ke Panam Pami Payam, Bumi Bumbu Pelwa Shu. To realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetrained. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick all around the world, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect Guru in all our lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friends in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. To always be used by ascension beings, in the words of Nagarjuna, like the earth, water, fire and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. The connection just failed.
Yeah, I think we lost Venerable Caldron. Is okay for you to start?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So, hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tenzin Michael from I'm in Nalanda Monastery. Yeah. I'm in Nalanda Monastery right now. We just had a technical problem, but now it seems it's okay. So welcome everybody. So we start with a good motivation. We spend a few minutes to generate as much as we can bodhicitta motivation. We do these prayers to eliminate the suffering of all sentient beings, especially the suffering of diseases. Most of all, the coronavirus, the pandemic, and all the suffering which is connected with that. But not just that, we like to open our mind to all kinds of suffering on this planet, and not just human suffering, the suffering of all sentient beings. So we can spend a few minutes thinking about ourselves, what we suffer, the fears we have, the suffering we have, the suffering we might have in the future, the sufferings we are afraid of having, and so forth. And think that all sentient beings are same as us. They all want happiness, they don't want suffering, and they're afraid of suffering, and they wish for happiness. And not just humans, all sentient beings in all the realms of samsara. We can think about the sentient beings we can see, like the insects, the animals, the fish, and we can also think about all the suffering we as humans we impose on other sentient beings, on animals, on nature as a whole, with our destructive way of life caused by our ignorance, our endless greed. We destroy nature, we extinguish entire species. Like now they call this area the 6th great extinction. There has been 5 periods of great extinction in the evolution of this planet, and I'm not sure, but maybe the last one was when the dinosaurs died out, or there was one of them when a huge amount of species have died, and we can imagine the suffering it had occurred. They're not sure if it was volcanic eruption or a meteorite or something which darkened the atmosphere and became cold, and so many species died. And right now we're in a period where, due to human activity, due to our greed and the way we treat nature, the way we pollute the whole environment, the way we overfish the oceans, we kill animals, we hunt, we destroy their habitats, we cut down forests, and most of all now with global warming due to burning of fossil fuels and all kind of other destructive activities in this planet. There's so many species which are already dying out or on the verge of dying. It's not just the elephants and the tigers, which don't have any space anymore to live, but just like small insects, which are very crucial for the whole ecosystem, and as well as in the ocean. Everything is out of balance due to human activity. And why are we doing that? It's not because we are inherently bad, but it's mainly because of ignorance, which is the root of samsara. And due to this ignorance, our clinging to our I and wanting more and more for ourselves, not caring about others. And due to that, having fear of giving up, we have fear of giving up our comfort, our comfort of life, comfort, our luxury, and our good food, our warm houses, and our cars to drive, our computers, and all our sense pleasures. We don't want to give up on that. And our greed is just endless. We never had so much comfort in human history as we have now. And especially we in the West, we have so much comfort. When we travel to places like India or other parts of the world, we can see how hard people have to work. But it's not enough, we need more. So all that creates incredible suffering. And this pandemic is just one of them. And it's mainly also caused by human activity, because it's zoonotic diseases, like all this virus that actually come from animals, they think, they're pretty sure. And why is that? Because it's the way we treat animals. There are more cows and chicken in the world than any other vertebrates, because we use them as food. And of course, all these animals in these animal factories, their diseases is a breeding place for diseases, especially like the swine flu and the bird flu was only because of human activity, the way we keep the pigs, the way we keep our chicken. And it's only due to antibiotics, but this is it's kind of controlled. But now there's antibiotic-resistant germs. So it's our human activity, due to our ignorance, our greed, and our fear, we're creating all this suffering. So let's do this prayer for this pandemic to quickly be over, and mainly that we learn something from it. Maybe learn to live in accordance with nature, to overcome our delusions, our greed, our hatred, and most of all our ignorance, and be more compassionate, more wise, and so forth. So for this purpose, we are doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. And may we be the first one to do this. May we be able to make this happen. So with this motivation, we can go for refuge. We ask the Buddhas for their blessing, for us to be able to make this happen. May we ourselves, become just like the Buddha himself, which is an example of wisdom, compassion, and kindness. So we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then we can recite a mala of Om Mani Padme Hum and ask the Buddha Chenrezig for his blessing and assistance. And we can visualize the mantra, the power of the mantra from Guru Chenrezig's heart go out and spread to all the world and bless all sentient beings and relieve them from suffering and lead them to enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then we also need wisdom, very important. So we can also do a mala of the Buddha of Manjushri, Buddha of Wisdom, Om Mara Patsanadi, Om Mara Patsanadi, Om Mara Patsanadi, Om Mara Patsanadi. Om Mara Patsanadi. Om Mara Patsanadi. Okay, so then we move to the actual prayer. It's the prayer of called the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. This prayer has great power, and one time in Tibet, the great Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, he protected the people from Sakya village from diseases by reciting this prayer. So we can imagine that this prayer releases all sentient beings from all disease, and not just physical disease, but all kinds of suffering. So we recite the prayer a number of times. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound on whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all those dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we start again, so we do repetitions. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the keenest Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all those dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as to have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the king, star, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings to the result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, the bhutyas, not occurring in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as two had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dharma, protector, and guardian, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility, karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to these life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now this last round. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits and illness and the bhutyas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dharma, protector, and guardian, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we can also recite another prayer called Swift Fulfillment of Wishes Independence of the Great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. So this is a prayer to Lama Tsongkhapa, also aiming at eliminating suffering and problems in the world. As well as here we can remember all the different kind of problems and sufferings of different people, also people we know, and all kinds of suffering occurring in the world, like wars and injustice and killing and diseases and environmental problems and so forth. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya, possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, the great essence union of body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equal in the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic diseases, graha spirits, interference and so forth be pacified. Then, when I requested the excellent collections of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessing may enter our mind. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying assuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, great precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then we can do the different dedication prayers. Oh, yes, here. Okay. So we dedicate all the merit we created during this session, all our good motivation, all the practice we did, and also the dedication. We dedicate all sentient beings be free from suffering and have all the happiness up to enlightenment. Jang Jup Sam Chok Rinpoche Ma Kye Panam Kye Kyoji Kye Panyam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Ne Gong Jo Pelwa Sho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart and life. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we especially dedicate to all our teachers and all the teachers who teach pure Dharma, especially also for the good health and long life for His Holiness Dalai Lama in this world. Gangri Rawe Korwe Shinkan Di Pendang Dewa Malu Chungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso I Shape Side Pardu Thank you Chi Tup Tsul Chang Jin Chang Gun Kyewe Tenzin Kyong Pelwe Kun So Do Pose Chok Sun Korwe Lek Man Tu Chok Badak So Tu Che Kun Tu Shap Ten Sho. Okay, thank you very much. And I think that was just a treasure, but she disappeared.
Yeah, she'll probably come back in a minute. We'll just wait for her. Thank you, Grandpa Michael.
Okay. Hello, Venerable Sarah, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to
Can you
see
hear
you.
me?
Yes, I can
Yeah.
hear you. And
Yeah.
it seems
Yeah.
wonderful to see you. And also Bodha Stupa.
Well, I'm looking a bit gruesome because I have. Hang on a minute. Where am I? I'm looking a bit gruesome because I'm all you know, masked up. But I'm here at the stupa outside the Sakigomba, and this is Denture, and he spends
Hi.
hours every day making many incredible, beautiful offerings to the stupa. So there's a stupa. So he's preparing all his offerings for Bodhi Stupa. He's offering curd and flowers and incense and lights and music and incredible things, tormas and yeah. And this is me just sitting here. There's a stupa. So let me put you onto the stupa. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice to see you at the stupa.
How's everyone at Nalanda?
Oh, we're all fine. Like here in Nalanda, we have our own little Pure Land, and things are going on. We're closed for visitors at the moment, but inside life is pretty normal. And yeah, we cannot move very far, but actually it's nice anyway. We don't have to go anywhere. We have everything we need, so it's really wonderful to be here in this crazy times. So we're so fortunate, and I'm happy to see that in Nepal things seem to be close to normal. So I hope it's it's going well.
Yeah, well, actually, we have a surge in India and Nepal, and but you know, there's so many people come to the stupa every day. It's just packed. And I said something to Rinpoche, like, you know, it's so packed. It's more packed than it was before the pandemic. And he said, well, what do you expect? They're all coming to do prayers because of the pandemic. You know? He said, what do you think? He said, Westerners, you just stay in bed and you be quiet and you stop eating. I mean, so Yeah, but of course the Tibetans and Nepalis, you know, they want to do more prayers. They want to make more offerings. They want to create more merit. They want to purify more because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, that's so wonderful. Like we all just look for outside solutions and look for a vaccine and medicines and ask for doctors, but actually we forget about the blessing of prayers and what else we can do to as a spiritual person. So I think we should do both.
Well, it's quite amazing to see. I mean, and all the family, because not only do people come to the stupa, it's a Saturday, but they bring all the family, you know, from the smallest ones. Can you see the little tots?
Oh, yeah.
From the smallest ones up to the oldest ones, you know. Just everybody is here. You can't say it's more women, you can't say it's more men, you can't say it's more Sangha, you can't say it's more lay. You just, every single kind of, you know. So it's amazing. Anyway,
so nice, and I hope everybody stays healthy and the pandemic is over soon, and we're able to go there as well in future again. All the best.
Waiting for you guys to come back for another Munlam.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I'm looking forward, but let's see when that's possible again. Yeah, let's pray for. Okay, nice to see you. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, so this is my third session today, and I left the motivation behind. So anyway, I feel like I already did a motivation when I did the previous hour, and so as I mentioned before, oh, you couldn't hear me? Okay, sorry. So this is my third session. So I've already done a motivation before. So I'll just do a short motivation. This is only half an hour. And usually I do Kora, but you know, if I'm doing the Kora, then you can't really, you know, it gets very jumbled because I'm running around. So today I decided I would sit with Dencha, and he's preparing many beautiful offerings for the stupa. And we're between the Sakigumpa, the Maitreya Buddha statue with Buddha's relics in the crown, and the great stupa, which has the relics of previous Buddhas. And so it's a very powerful place to be broadcasting. You've got to broadcast from somewhere, then this is a great place to be broadcasting. And as I was just saying to Michael, so there's many people, far more than I normally see at Stupa, coming because of the pandemic. So it's kind of interesting, isn't it? But it's a good reminder that, I mean, if you really understand karma, then when there's a pandemic, you don't stay at home and lock the door. You go to holy places and you do practice. Even if all you can do is walk around the stupa and chat or do some mantras, you do that. Because if you're going to lock the door at home, then you do practice at home. But you don't just go to sleep and avoid people. Because the cause is the negative karma that we've created in the past. So because we haven't created the cause, then we won't experience results. And even if we have created the cause is not yet ripened, we can purify. And even if the cause has ripened and we're experiencing it, still we can purify it in the remaining karma. So they won't have to experience again. So still we can behave in a different way. So I'm sure numberless lives have been through pandemics. But how many times have we been through pandemics with fully enlightened beings guiding us and telling us what prayers to do and telling us to pray for all living beings and to purify and giving us holy words to recite, and then being able to follow their instructions, whatever it is they say. The minute they say it, it becomes it's the advice, the enlightened advice of all the Buddhas. So it has this immense, incredible, mind-blowing power. So in this case, for this prayerathon, we're doing the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. And the main thing seems to be reciting the mantra. Even when I look at the translation on the Lotso house, I don't even see the refuge prayer. It seems the refuge prayer was maybe added from another source. So then, as I mentioned before, you know, for myself, I'm very limited how I can motivate. So I just want to get into the slipstream of the Guru, the Holy Guru, Tejas Rinpoche, most kind, precious Holy Guru. And so his intention, asking us to do these prayers, his intention is the same intention as for every single thing. It's the numberless infinite sentient beings, without excluding one. There is not one sentient being that this prayer is not for, whether they're close, distant, whether they've helped or harmed, whether they're human, whether they're in the highest God realms, whether they appear to have incredible conditions, or they appear to have the most suffering conditions, whether they have COVID or they don't have COVID. So these prayers and practices are for every single living being. And then visualizing that the stupa in front, either leaving it as a stupa, but with the awareness that in reality it's the Dharmaka holy mind of all the numberless Buddhas, the Mission holy mind, which takes this form, also takes the form of the root guru, our now gurus who guide us. So they're inseparable. So the guru, the Eternals is the stupa. Stupa is Eternals. Stupa is Rinpoche, and she's a stupa. There's no difference in the point of view that ultimately it's the enlightened holy mind. All the Buddhas taking a form to benefit numberless sentient beings, effortlessly, spontaneously, continuously. And then of course the aspect visualized like that is Chenrezig, all Buddhist compassion. So Mission holy mind of all the Buddhas, bound by great compassion to every single living being. And then around us, all the numberless sentient beings, all experiencing various different types of suffering, but they're all in human form. And then they're all taking refuge. And we're leading them in taking refuge. And taking refuge because they no longer want to continuously suffer. This continual recycling and suffering in different realms. Neither in lower realms nor in higher realms. And on top of that, taking refuge in order to generate better chitta. On top of that, taking refuge in order to become fully enlightened. Relying on Buddha Dhamma Sangha in order to do that. So we're leading all sentient beings. All sentient beings, our mothers, the infinite light space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings are mothers with infinite light space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And now imagine that we lead all sentient beings in reciting the mantra. And as we recite the mantra, infinite nectar beings emitted from Guru Chenrezig and from Stupa and from Chenrezig. Essence is our own Guru, Dhammakaya mind of all the Buddhas, and all our Gurus. And on the tip of each beam is Chenrezig, comes the crown of every sentient being's head, reciting the mantra, and then the nectar flows down, purifying all the sickness, all the cause of sickness, or delusions, or false delusions, or the negative comments, or the cause of negative comments, or the obscurations, or the harms.